sure, yeah.
While we are in this slight gentle warm-up lull before the match really gets cracking at midday, when we've got a good 4 events in 15 minutes, just take a quick look at the fantastic program produced by Four-Wheel Tops, the man for all occasions. Within that we can see the series records, a fantastic tracking of performances across, incredibly, over 100 years. The men's long jump, which I don't think has been threatened today, was set by Ned Gordon of Harvard 102 years ago. And he set a new program world record of 7.69, but has not yet been beaten in this match. There are definitely some records that may well be beaten today. In fact, we have multiple, or some record holders competing. Raymond Banks set the 5,000 record in the 8th of April this year, 1407. To go. Alex Kolesnikov of Harvard set the top record, 20 meter 69 in the same match. Unfortunately, his compatriot Kenneth Achilles, also an NCAA champion, like Stephanie Ratcliffe, will not be here today. He's actually competing in the Diamond League in Stockholm tomorrow. Clarification, you can ask questions about, but fair play, he's going to go to the Worlds. And some other events that may well be threatened, some records, the men's 4x100 meter record of 33:14:87, set by Harvard Yale 8 years ago, could well be under threat. And on the men's 100 meters, it's obviously always very difficult to set a fast 100 in a match race. There are multiple athletes with season's best and personal best quicker than the 3:41 of our record of Yale 2021.
No idea what's going on in these field events, but say something. Yeah, exactly.
On the women's side, obviously some match record holders present. We've got Stephanie Ratcliffe, who's just been throwing the hammer, has she beaten her own results. No match record, we'll find out shortly. Maya Ramsden, NCAA champion for Harvard in 1500 meters, is competing, having set the record of 4:15:77 a few months ago. And we also have a record from 12 years ago,
this is finished now. Cool. Get that up as well. So welcome to the live stream. The hammer throw, the women's hammer throw is just finished, and we have both the Harvard and Yale athletes taking the top 2 spots, with Stephanie Ratcliffe throwing 66.72 meters and Cami Garabian throwing 59.19 meters. The 2 Achilles athletes coming in 3rd and 4th. Those are Phoebe Baggett and Vivian Abrokwa in 50.66 meters and 37.31 meters respectively. Also underway is the women's high jump with Brianna Barrett of Harvard and Yale currently leading with a best of 1.55 meters, and the only other athlete in this event, Leonie Brunning, coming in with 1.5 meters, so 5 centimeters behind, and we're just waiting for that to continue. The series record for the women's high jump is currently held by T. Paluma of Oxford. That was in Yale in 2017 at a height of 1.76 meters. Okay, so we return to the men's long jump. We have 5 athletes competing. Okay, and we also have the women's long jump occurring at midday. So that will be kicking off at noon. And yeah, I think the next thing's at 12.
pole vault was cancelled,
Alright.
and that was 11:30 start.
So we currently have a short break as a pole vault has been cancelled, but the next events will be the women's long jump on the field, and on the track will be the women's 400 meter hurdles, which will be the first track event of the day.
women's 400 meters, so 400 meter hurdles.
So now to the women's 400 meter hurdles. We have Charlotte Buckley of Oxford representing Achilles and Peyton Parker of Harvard and Yale. Okay, so they're off. They've both cleared the first hurdle comfortably. Yes. Parker has just begun to break the lines. Well, Buckley is still hanging in there, both cleanly clearing the hurdles.
6 hurdles. Convincing lead. Buckley looks like she's coming on strong. Excellent running for the first track race of the day, and a win for Oxford and Cambridge, Charlotte Buckley, a new personal best.
That much going on so far.
It's the live stream.
Yeah, so you can see what's going on there.
Fair enough.
Oh, my bag.
Scotland, that was Scandinavia. He's somewhere in Scandinavia, throwing the hammer.
Have you started commenting yet?
Just on like the first couple of minutes.
How's it going?
It's all right, yeah.
You done this before?
No,
Me
but
neither.
I didn't really have much about the field events, so like.
Are you more of a track specialist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Fair enough.
if you have a good combo.
Enough.
Yeah. I did a program here. Has
Yeah.
like the records. Yeah.
Oh, that's really good actually.
So it's up convention.
Do you have like a commentator's voice? Have you been practicing on?
Kind of made a commentator-y persona.
Okay.
He's come and gone.
Oh yeah, it's quite a beautiful day. Yeah, right. Okay. Yes, the floorboards.
Yeah, kind of.
First up,
You get a bit of conversational stuff.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Man, might as well do it to keep it interesting.
Yeah.
So do we look up this screen? This is what people are seeing.
Yeah, and then it flips.
So they're not.
between
Oh, okay.
the different events. And I've got the start list up here if you want.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got here as quick as I could.
Oh no, it's alright.
Didn't mean to leave you alone.
Yeah. No,
These.
okay, so this is. Yes, I think both of these are. Is it on right now? Yeah, I think so. So this is.
Jake's son.
Okay, so we have Jake, son of Harvard and Yale, kicking off the men's hammer throw.
Anthony Throw is a win for Charlotte Buckley and a new pass for Beresford, 65.10. Behind her, Peyton Parker from Yale, 66.20. So a win for Charlotte Buckley and 1 point to exclude English Buchanan.
Do you know anything about them? No? I can try and find some stuff. Let me do it on this one so we're looking at the same thing.
So I got up the that's right, the UK guys and the US guys. You can search their like personal stuff.
Can you please clear the track for the men's company hurdle to get underway?
Meter hurdle.
Okay. So we have Jack Paget of Oxford representing Achilles in the hammer throw. The series record is 69.67 meters from KG, the Harvard athlete from this year in April. So a strong throw from Paget.
Yeah, and Kenny KG is one of the premier throwers in his discipline. He just came off of a win at the NCAA Collegiate Championships, and I believe to this date he's the British #1, so he'll be missing in action today. Much to the relief of a lot of athletes, I'm sure. And we have a view from the long jump.
So this should be the women's long jump kicking off, and we have the guest athlete, that is Julia Johnson, I believe, taking the first jump, and it is a clean jump. White flag has been raised.
Always good to start off on a clean jump, just psychologically, just get it done, have one in the books, and then you can really go for it. Yes, we see the dutiful men and women in white and black, ensuring that the long jump pit is kept pristine as always.
And back to the men's hammer throw, where we have the Harvard and Yale athlete. That's Jake's son about to throw the hammer.
We have Peter Cassidy, I believe, getting ready for his throw. Might he throw at that? Just seems to fall short of the white mark, but he looks like he's happy with that distance. We'll see what it is. And back at the long jump, we seem to have another jump, waiting for the flag. Yes, it's a white flag.
Reminder to anyone who wants to keep up to date with the results, if you scan the QR code on the back of the programme, that'll take you to the Open Track website where we have the live results that go in and also the live match scores and the results confirmed. Stephanie Ratcliffe.
So back in the ring is Jack Paget of Achilles, and he is
Match record is 57.16.
throwing another strong throw.
Amiga Aurelian, second, 55 meters 19, and Phoebe back at third, 50 meters.
Back to the women's long jump, and Jada Johnson of Harvard and Yale looks like she is about to jump, and here she goes, accelerating down the straight, and a solid jump.
Solid jump, solid landing, flags are up, all looks well. Back to the hammer throw. It's like a powerful heave from the Harvard and Yale athlete.
That was, I think, Nolan Recker. And in the women's long jump, the guest athlete Julia Johnson is about to take her second jump. So here she goes.
You could hear that powerful strike from right over here. Seems to have hit the mark.
And it's the white flag, so it is a safe jump.
Yes. Women seem to be on a tear today. I haven't spotted a red flag yet.
Yeah, no fouls today. Okay, and back in the hammer throw ring, we have Jake Sun of Harvard and Yale. So we turn to the track for the men's 400-meter hurdles. We have three men in the field. Samuel Clark, previously of Cambridge, representing Achilles. Peter Fisher of Harvard and Yale, and Marco Siniscalchi of Achilles.
Yes, the 400 is known as the hardest race, but that's only if you don't count the 400-meter hurdles. They seem to have made it as hard as physically possible. We're excited to see what these athletes do. It's quite interesting having only 3 athletes. So it's very interesting how you'd think about the psychology. Is it an advantage to be on the inside or the outside? We'll find out. Steady start. And they're away. Seems to be pretty even going over the first hurdle.
Clean start, not too many breaks yet.
Peter Fisher seems to be edging into the lead, catching up. Yep, round the bend.
And Sam Clark is just making up some of his...
Oh, Sam Clark's. Sam Clark's
coming through.
Oh, that's an electric burst right at the end.
Sam Clark
is powering ahead. Wow.
Needs to cleanly cover the final hurdle.
Wow, he gave a little look back to see.
Sam Clark is coming.
Finishing through.
Across the line. And that looks like a 53.19 for Sam Clark.
That's better than my 400-meter time.
The record is 51.26 from S. Green of Cambridge from 2007.
Yeah.
So those are, as another first and second place finish for Oxford and Cambridge. So will that lead the Oxford and Cambridge team closer to their first victory since 1993 against Harvard and Yale?
Only time will tell. Sam Clark. He's doing a huge shift for the Achilles today. Very comfortable lead going into it.
Moving almost as quickly as the ball handlers themselves and getting themselves away. We have the men's hammer underway, the women's long jump, and coming up next, both the women's and the men's 100 meters. The women's in 10 minutes, the men's in 15. And just thick and fast, all the way up to the final event of 15 today from now. Today, it's going to be second action.
So we have the current results up from the women's long jump. Currently both the men's long jump, which hasn't, the men's long jump. So Harvard and Yale took the maximum points in that event, with Isaiah Idofia jumping a mighty 7.16 meters, and Sebastian Pereira in second with 6.41 meters. Okay, back to the men's hammer,
Where we do see Nolan Recker.
So Nolan Recker just getting into that rhythmic rotation and flinging off the hammer. It's landed.
I can confirm the rotation was indeed rhythmic. He seems kind of nonplussed by that. Might not be the distance he was expecting.
Yeah, it didn't look like it quite had this right angle on that throw, perhaps a bit
Right.
too far to the right. Not the most powerful throw we've seen to date, but there's lots of time left in this hammer throw competition.
Right. I'm sure he has plenty left in the tank. Yeah, it's a pretty cloudy day here in Cambridge. 23 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit for all our American listeners. I'll have my people check that out and get back to you. And looking back at the women's long jump, another white flag. That looks like... Oh.
It looks like we're back to the hammer throw, where Jake Sun is about to throw for Harvard and Yale. So set into rhythm now, and he releases a clean throw.
Had the direction, not quite the distance he may have been looking for there.
So yeah, not a throw to be disappointed by from Sun.
Yeah. I've just had the word from the big brain boxes that 23 degrees Celsius is about 75 degrees Fahrenheit for all our American listeners.
And We have confirmation of the results of the 400 hurdles with Charlotte Buckley's personal best of 65.10. This nice cool weather should be perfect for the distance events, the first of which being the 2K Steeplechase. That's the men's, kicking off at 12:45, so about 25 minutes.
Oh, good rotation there from Peter Cassidy. Great height.
Oh.
Perhaps maybe too much height. Yes, it really comes down to the margins in these throwing events. Got to make sure you're keeping all these variables in check: height, speed, distance. And looks like Peter Cassidy might be up.
Yeah,
Peter Cassidy. That's Jake. Is that Jake Paget?
Yeah, that's Jake Paget currently in the ring. So in the cage, Jack Paget. Oh, and it does unfortunately hit the net. That is a wasted throw for Paget.
Right.
So back to the women's long jump. The sand freshly raked.
Indeed.
And who is up? It is
Mary.
Mary. And that, will she get the flag she's looking for? Yes, it's a white flag. It's a clean jump and safely through that round. So now we look to the track.
People gearing up by the starters blocks.
Right, so this should be the women's 100 meters. So we only have one Harvard and Yale athlete in this event, so another ripe opportunity for the Achilles Club to collect some points. So we have
we have one Harvard and Yale athlete. Looks like Egbe Ndip Agbo from Harvard and Yale, and then Jessica Poon, Alexandra Burchell, and Eniola Awodia.
With the latter athlete guesting in this event, so looking for Poon and Burchill as our scoring members of Oxford and Cambridge.
Women's 100-meter record stands at 11.98 and 11.79 wind assisted. The most recent one, 11.98, set in 2013 by D. Barbian from Harvard. Will that record fall today? Only time shall tell.
It's not feeling too windy right now, so hopefully in for a legal time. Oh, as I say that, the wind blows through the commentary area.
Yes, you jinxed it.
Yeah, terrible. Okay, so they stand on the start line. The whistle has been blown, signalling preparation for the start of the race.
A hush falls upon the track as these women prepare for the 100 meters.
They are taking to their blocks now. Moment of tension before the gun.
We sit on the edge of our seats, awaiting the starter's orders. And they're away.
Yeah, they're away.
Oh, wow. That seems like a pretty decisive lead, which will lead to a pretty decisive victory for the Harvard-Yale athlete.
It's looking like 12.34 on the clock.
Wow. She powered through that. Looked like she had a little more in the tank even. That is Egbe Ndip Agbor from Harvard and Yale.
A very dominant victory there from the American athlete.
Yeah, let's see that again. Yeah, from quite early on, she had a pretty strong lead, didn't fade and just maintained it. Great stride, striking the ground, just powering through to the end. Yeah, quite an impressive performance. Now we're looking back at
the women's long jump, where we have we have Jada Johnson of Harvard and Yale wearing 65 bib.
Getting ready for her jump once the pit is tended to. Just taking her time, psyching herself up, preparing for an excellent jump, I'm sure.
So she takes off down the runway. And which flag will be raised? It's a white flag, another successful jump for Johnson. Okay, and we are now at the start of the men's 100 meters. We have
a lot more athletes here. We have Orlando Bell from Achilles, Kisi Opara, Lance Ward from Harvard Yale, Jake Watson from Achilles, James Grindle from Harvard Yale, and Isaac Kitchen-Smith, and finally Chizute Ogbede from Cambridge and Oxford.
So this is a very full field indeed. Will all the athletes be there? I think so. Okay, so back to the men's hammer throw. And it's another netted throw for the American athlete. Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
It can always be frustrating when you have only several chances
to
throw in the field events.
Yeah, I think it's crucial to be able to just live with the mistake and move on and not let that carry on with you into the next throw. One has to be able to have a very short memory in this sport. Yeah. Now looking back at the 100 meters, athletes primed to have a great race, I'm sure. Jake Watson from Oxford recently won the Oxford Cambridge varsity match with a new record time, I believe, 10:05, I think it was. And I'm sure the American athletes will be looking to him as one of their standout competitors. Jake Watson is a pole vaulter turned 100-meter runner as of last season, I believe.
So the two scorers from Oxford and Cambridge we're looking for are Jake Watson, has just been mentioned, and Opara, previously of Cambridge. So, we are about to take to the blocks in the men's 100 meters.
It'll be interesting to see with the varying heights who's first out the blocks. My money would be on the shorter gentleman. James Grindle and Lance Ward.
So here we are on the start line for the
Set.
men's 100 meters.
And they're away. Bit of a shaky start from
and
inside.
one of the Harvard
Oh.
athletes has unfortunately pulled out. As
Oh,
it is a very close finish.
with a 10.46 so far. Waiting for confirmation on that time. But that would be a blisteringly fast race. Two unfortunate races for two of our runners. I believe James Grindle must have pulled a hamstring pretty early in the race. We'll wait for the replay to see.
So let's
Yes, we
just take
see-
a look at that.
Oh, quite early on, he's out of it. And Lance Ward and Opara. Ward and Opara, photo finish.
Hard to tell from this angle who took the win there.
Yeah. It's always great when it gets right down to the finish line. We love a tightly contested 100-meter race, we do.
So back to the hammer. And that's Paget has just thrown what looks to be a very solid throw after seeing a series of netted throws. So
Indeed.
it's looking good.
Jada Johnson is gearing up for another jump. Just waiting to be cleared.
So the final adjustments to the sand are being made before Jada Johnson jumps. Some good alliteration in this event.
That will be a tough one to follow up.
So here she is,
There she is.
leaning back and then striding towards the pit.
Maintaining a very high posture, looking good off the board.
And it's a clean landing, but will it be a white? It is indeed a white flag.
And indeed, she continues her streak of all white flags, complete jumps. Seems to be a very good day at the long jump pit today.
It is white flags only season for Jada Johnson.
Indeed, indeed.
Okay, so we see the results confirmed from the women's 100 meters.
Egbe Ndip Agbo with 12:09, decisive win.
Over Birchall in 12.58.
Mary Adenji at the long jump. Gearing up for her jump. She's got the longest run-up of all the jumpers today. I hope, and that length translates to speed, as we see powerfully carrying her over, but will it be enough? Waiting.
We wait. And there's a white flag, so that is a good sign. So while we wait, the next event up on the track will be at 12:45, and that's the men's 2,000 meter steeplechase.
We seem to be caught in one of those rare moments when no event is going on. Interesting fact, the first modern college track meet was actually held between Oxford and Cambridge in England in 1864. I would imagine they ran slightly slower times than we're doing today.
Yeah, so they would have had some, none of this modern spike technology to assist them.
No,
and a
not-
kind of old-fashioned track surface.
They wouldn't have had our dutiful sand sweepers to make sure the long jump pit is kept in such tip-top condition as it is today. Look at that pit.
So it's a beautiful pit, just some extra grains of sand being swept into the pit there to make for a great event.
Indeed, indeed.
And so, yeah, as I've just mentioned, the next event up on the track will be the men's 2,000 meter steeplechase. Dropping down from the 3K chase, as a few athletes, getting deep into their season, didn't want the full brunt of the 3K chase. And it's perfect conditions for the distance events today, with a nice, cool climate and not too windy either. So we should hopefully see some fast times.
Yes, indeed. Just a bit of event trivia for all those watching along at home. The oldest record held today by far is the 7.69 men's long jump record, set by Ned Gordon of Harvard in 1921. He added 8 centimeters to the world record at the time, stood for 20 years. So there is a precedent of world records being set at this event.
Next up on the track, we have the men's 2000 steeplechase. Before then, I have some results to announce. The 100 meters. So, on the women's side, we saw a win for Ebe Ndebako of Harvard Yale in 12.08. Behind her,
So the star list for the 2,000 meter steeplechase, we have Thomas Renshaw of Oxford representing the Achilles Club, and Winslow Atkinson of Harvard and Yale. Renshaw took a surprise victory this time last week at the Harvard and Yale versus Penn Cornell match in Oxford. So he beat some high caliber American steeplechasers over this distance.
Not a lot of strategy going on in a two-man steeplechase, is there?
It's just more of a time trial,
Right.
and hopefully it won't. Sometimes in a crowded steeplechase field, there's always a bit of a jostle and the water jump, and there's a risk of tripping, but there should be no risk of tripping today.
My strategy for this race would just be run a little faster than the other guy. I know, contentious.
It's a foolproof strategy, but which one of the athletes will implement it?
Only time will tell. Thomas Renshaw versus Winslow Atkinson. About to start.
Casey. It was like back to back. I couldn't really see on the track. I couldn't see on the track. Yeah. Was it alone?
Oh. Yeah, and we seem to be at another intermission moment. A lot of the athletes are warming up all around. We have a live view of the discus about to begin. Getting those first few throws in, tweaking what needs to be tweaked. I am Jordan Mubako, and I'm commentating alongside
Henry Silverstein, and we are here looking at a warm-up throw in the discus. So there's some good rotation on that.
excellent rotation.
And that looks promising for the main competition.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a mental game at the beginning. I always wonder whether the throwers want to not waste or heave their best throw of the day. Quick list of all the athletes about to complete.
So we have quite a large field here. So we'll have some guesting athletes here. We have 3 athletes from Harvard and Yale, rather unusually for these events today, as opposed to 2. And we also have 3 athletes from the Achilles Club. So in the women's discus, the record currently stands at 52.35 meters from an Okwelogo of Harvard, and that was in Oxford in 2015. So a fairly old record now, 8 years.
I think it's about time for that record to fall. I wonder if the athletes today will agree with me.
So we are just minutes away from the steeplechase now, as we see the athletes on the start line. We have Winslow, Atkinson of Harvard and Yale, and Thomas Renshaw of Achilles. 2 men, but only one can win this race. Will be a fierce battle involving hurdles and water. And they're off.
Really interesting with the lack of a pacemaker. They're just self-pacing, self-evaluating. Probably no one wants to shoot ahead too quickly, but no one wants to hang behind too much, gauging each other's eagerness to kick it up a notch. Very easy pace to begin with.
They're looking very relaxed. The Harvard and Yale athletes slightly more upright. Renshaw with a slight lean to his gait.
It looks like a competition to see who's the most relaxed runner today.
So they're both cleanly over the first barrier, just trying to conserve as much energy as possible.
Yeah, clearing those barriers does take a lot out of you.
So they approach the water jump, and they're both cleanly over the water jump. So nice clearance from both of the athletes.
A real meeting of the minds here. The Harvard and Yale athlete chooses to cleanly vault it, whereas Thomas Renshaw steps over it.
So they are through the first lap in a rather pedestrian 80 seconds. But they're looking strong, and Renshaw just taking a slight lead here. Perhaps, they're hoping to share some of the work, or perhaps Renshaw is just trying to show how strong he is. So there's a very complex mental game occurring here over the course of this 2-kilometer race.
It's a game of underwater 4D chess going on with 2 men doing the steeplechase. Thank you.
So they've just cleared the water. Is this really a game of over water 4D chess?
I
have to wait and
see what you did there. Only time will tell. They seem to be turning it up ever so slightly, like a frog in boiling water. We'll see who is the first to croak.
So it's neck and neck from Renshaw and Atkinson. We hear some encouraging shouts from a very enthusiastic American crowd.
The American contingent encouraging their athlete to set up the kick, as they say, and I'm assuming he has something in store in the final portion of this race. It is a race of two halves, as they say, but what isn't a race of two halves? It's one of the expressions I never understood.
It's a race of two halves and a race of only two athletes. And the Harvard and Yale athlete has taken a slight lead over Renshaw. Perhaps, thinking it's his turn to do some of the work.
Trading leads like a two-man tango.
As they dance over the water jump. The Harvard and Yale athlete is beginning to surge ahead, but Renshaw has followed the move, and not much has happened.
Oh, there seems to be. This is the kick that was anticipated. We see the Harvard-Yale athlete, Winslow Atkinson, starting to take a decisive lead.
And now there are 2 laps to go. So they're still together. Renshaw, it's really just a matter of, does he have a kick? We know that Atkinson has a kick, according to his teammates. But will Renshaw be able to out-kick the kick? Will we have a kick with a kick?
Yes.
So, over this barrier, both cleanly over, Renshaw slightly lagging behind as they approach the penultimate water jump. Oh. Both cleanly over the water jump, but who will make the splash as they approach the final lap?
Indeed, Atkinson seems to be taking a blistering lead with his neon spikes. Does he have more in the tank? Looks like it.
He's looking very strong at this stage. Renshaw maintaining his pace, but just looking slightly fatigued now as we hear the bell.
Final lap underway. And it is looking like we have front row seats to the Winslow Atkinson show. Clearing a hurdle and extending his lead to about 30-40 meters.
Still looking very strong with his clean, upright form.
This must have been the kick the Americans were talking about. Seems to have a lot more in the tank as he gets ready for the final water jump.
So Renshaw just looking a bit fatigued as he crosses that barrier. So Atkinson to the final water jump, cleanly over as he surges for home with only 1 barrier remaining.
Oh yes, I see him almost picking up speed or maintaining just a very comfortable pace as he vaults the final hurdle. It seems my strategy of running faster than the other person seems to have worked for him.
So he crosses the line, just easing off the pace in about that 6:07.39.
A very comfortable win for him and a very valiant effort from Thomas Renshaw.
Renshaw crosses the line.
Who's available to help on the camera if you want. If you need to give him a quick tutorial.
Not bad, you are?
Very good. Just been doing lunches for everyone.
Oh, thanks.
I'll leave you in the
Any interesting commentator? Have you ever commentated before? No?
I'm terrible at commentating.
No, it's just banter. That's all it is.
I liked your foreign person.
Cheers.
Good work.
That's my deep intellectual analysis. I've got nothing.
We now watch some warm-up throws
No, I've got to shoot off.
in the women's discus.
Do you get a pack length for yourself as well?
This athlete just trying to find some rhythm so she does not net any throws before the main event. So yeah, it's a good warm-up, just finding getting the muscles activated, loosening the shoulders, It's really finding that rhythm.
Indeed. From the heads, shoulders, knees, and not to forget the toes, these athletes seem ready to compete in the discus today.
The next event up should be that discus throw at 1.
It's just warming up. I think it's in time. So.
And as we prepare for the furthest and highest events of the day, the discus throw and the high jump, we have our athletes prepping for the beginning. We should have some sheet lists of competitors ready for you in a short while, but I can tell you the high jump will have 3 athletes: Ryan Cherian from Oxford and Cambridge, Dare Mann from Harvard and Yale, and Christopher Everett from Oxford and Cambridge.
So who shall jump the highest? It is only a matter of time until we see. So we look back at the warm-up for the discus throw. That's athletes starting to get warm now, starting to find their rhythm ahead of the competition in about 5 minutes. Here at the transatlantic match, Oxford and Cambridge versus Harvard and Yale.
No, I have chocolate. What time's that? Okay, fair. I'm just here for vibes. I've seen how far they go. Seen how far. I'm just here for vibes. I know my level.
Do you want me to say that when I'm commenting? She is indeed here for the vibes.
Yes.
Can confirm.
Have you seen Joanna or Pepsi or?
I saw Joanna by the high jump.
High jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last time I saw her. Oh, maybe text her? WhatsApp?
No, she's trying to film with her. She's competing.
No, she's not competing. She was
Okay,
just.
cool.
I thought we were just setting up.
Yeah.
Alright. If I see her, I'll let her know.
Yes,
Now take a look at the warm-up preparations for the men's high jump, where the bar has been set.
Yeah, Ryan Cherian, Dare Mann, and Christopher Everett. Dare Mann is the Harvard athlete, young brother of Dana Mann, also a high jumper in his own respect. I think he competed 2 to 3 years ago.
Will he come out as the man of the match? We will see. One of the great questions of high jump is how high would they be able to jump without the mat to fall on? That is a question we will sadly not be able to find out today, but it may make the competition more interesting.
100%.
Landing is a very impressive skill.
In the words of Buzz Lightyear, they don't fly, they fall with style. Buzz Lightyear, an urban philosopher of recent times. Not sure what height they have it at, but it looks like in the high 160s, 170s.
Yeah, and one of the Harvard Yale athlete just warming up there.
Yeah.
And And we return to
Just stress testing the bar, making sure it's still stable and rigid, as all bars should be.
So the bar today is yellow, a similar color to the Harvard and Yale combined team T-shirt. So what do you think of this color scheme that the Harvard and Yale athletes have chosen? It's neither red nor blue.
Yes, I think it's a very neutral color chosen to unite often very competitive universities. I know they are honestly often at loggerheads, much like Oxford and Cambridge are. So for a day, they choose to, like the women at the long jump pit, raise the white flag of peace and compete against their transatlantic foes. So I'm quite a fan of the yellow, though there is no bias when I say the Oxford-Cambridge color scheme is slightly more appealing to the eye. Has nothing to do with the fact that I go to Cambridge myself.
So are you familiar with any of the current Harvard and Yale athletes, having spent some time at Harvard?
I've overlapped with a couple of them. They may not remember me. I don't count myself as one of the most memorable people, but I do remember a couple of them. I do know young Daniel Falode, a second-year triple jumper at Harvard. We won't have the pleasure of seeing him jump today because he has an injury.
That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
I also have the distinct pleasure of knowing one Kenny Ikeji, the well-renowned championship-winning hammer thrower, who also isn't competing today. Perhaps their friendship with me might not be the best idea if it leads to injuries.
There's one common thread, which is of injured athletes.
Yes.
So just a minute away now from the start of the women's discus throw as the first athletes look to prepare to take to the cage. So who will be first up? The women's discus throw. There will be lots to discuss in this event.
Indeed, and I have lots and lots of punishment that I'm subjected to from the commentator's box. Not only do we bring you athletic analysis, we also bring you puns galore.
So we see the final warm-up preparations in the discus throw. Some athletes swinging their arms to really lubricate those shoulders.
Yes, you can't throw a discus without a well-lubricated shoulder. I think that's medically proven.
It is indeed. Lightyear et al. 2013.
Yes.
So, as we linger and loom, we see also in the background of the track some of the athletes for the women's 5,000 warming up, and that will take place at 1:20, so in 20 minutes. We have some very strong athletes in that, so a race to look forward to. So we now go to the discus with athlete wearing 74. That's Stephanie Ratcliffe. Harvard and Yale. Okay, it's not actually in. We have instead. We have. Okay, who do we have in the ring? Okay, it is getting underway. The women's discus throw.
In discus, we have first Estelle Bayano, who was 6th the inside diameter of the discus with 58 meters of best. Saudi Arabia. Throwing and Stephanie Ratcliffe. Oxford in Cambridge.
Oh shit.
Finished to be there. Yoni Browning and Bridget Pryor. Instrumental. Other aspects of this match. Very grateful. Small field here. Ryan Carey and Captain Dunn. Competing to be a scorer from the relay. Dan Mann.
Yes, and in the women's discus, one athlete to watch out for is Stephanie Ratcliffe. Although discus isn't her specialty, she makes her mark today in discus. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of her in the hammer throw, where she actually happens to be the Australian national record holder.
Wow,
with a throw of 73.63 meters.
That is quite some pedigree, and Leonie Brunning has kicked off the discus throw with a white flag and what looks to be a very respectable mark for the first attempt. Now taking to the ring is 74, that's Stephanie Ratcliffe, who's got the white flag. Another good warm-up throw.
Bianchi second in the recent Ivy Outdoor Track and Field Championships, a new personal best of 13.73, which is actually under the match record of 13.82, held by Taylor of Harvard from 2001. You can beat that.
Solid throw from the Oxford and Cambridge athlete. And now we go over to the high jump, where they seem to be raising the bar.
The current men's high jump record stands at 2.15 meters from Jay Brierley of Oxford at the match at Yale in 1997. So perhaps it's quite a long-standing record and one that may soon be taken down.
Indeed.
So we see is
solid jump from Mann, easy clearance, excellent arc.
Form.
Dick Fosbury, founder of the Fosbury Flop, would be very proud to see that attempt. You see him arching his back to allow his center of gravity to actually go underneath the bar as he goes over the bar.
Indeed.
A little bit of physics for you at home. We have a view from the women's discus where
I think it's Leonie Bruning is back and she is thrown. She's got the white flag and it's another very solid throw.
Very solid throw, very solid. Everyone's getting their early throws in, have one stamped down, and then perhaps going forward. Oh, view from the high jump.
So back to the high jump. And that is perhaps. Oh yeah, that is Christopher Everett.
Seems to have lost his nerve a little bit. Just going to rebalance himself. He needs to just be mindful of the time he has to initiate the jump. High jump is very much a mental, one of the most mental disciplines, as you first have to believe you can even jump and make it over before you even attempt it. And now he attempts it.
So Everett approaches the bar.
Oh, he gets a very good height, but just clips it with his legs. I think that should do a little bit of something for his confidence. He knows he's got 2 more attempts at this. And speaking with his coaches, he'll know he was well over the bar. Just needs to flick his legs up a little bit faster.
So, we have on the track we have the what looks to be the 100-meter hurdles for the women, where we have only one athlete representing Oxford and Cambridge in Julia Johnson, and we have the 2 Harvard and Yale athletes.
That's Bianchi and Belibi.
So good B names for Harvard and Yale, and they are on the blocks, ready to begin. Up there. The gun is off, and they're off to.
And they're over.
Start.
Belibi seems to have a very considerable lead, with Bianchi catching up and taking the lead. She seems to be ahead, and it's quite a close finish.
It looks like Bianchi just took the win there. That's 14.3. So, a dominant victory for the Harvard and Yale team there. So let's just take another look at what happened there in the women's 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah, from the start, Bianchi was very much upright, and it looks like Belibe had the lead for the first 3 hurdles before Bianchi, in true Bianchi fashion,
with a loping stride, just came and clenched victory from the hands of Belibe.
Yes.
With Julia Johnson of Oxford and Cambridge just finishing up in a very respectable time there. So we'll be very shortly joined by some more commentary team.
Yeah.
So we now look at the field. There is currently brief hiatus in the high jump and the women's discus.
We have a solid discus throw. Just
It's another white flag. So safely through yet again. An empty cage.
and over at the high jump, we see Deman attempting. I'm not quite sure what the height is.
He's attempting a height which looks fairly high. The yellow bar is set.
Wouldn't be the high jump.
Julia Johnson of Oxford and Cambridge was third, 16.16, which was actually, I believe, a new personal best. No. Yes, it was new personal best. Previous personal best 16.6. From the varsity match on this same track on the 7th of May. Now 16.16. Win following plus 1.2 for the league.
Really almost broke my ankle. Show you a video. I showed the physio and she just went, I don't know how you didn't break your ankle. Have a look at my left, man. Yeah, like, look at that. more the back. The ankles are literally completely back.
Discus throws.
But these two quality athletes will undoubtedly bounce back in their next throws.
So we eagerly okay. Taking to the cage again is Leonie running.
We have the women's 5,000 meters.
Rotating round and a third net. Perhaps we have
Angered the net gods.
We have
fate is not smiling upon the discus throwers today.
Freitag and Gilson from Harvard and Claire Archer from Yale. All three of them under 16 working 5,000 meters this year. Gilson the fastest with 16.16. Ross from Cambridge, we have Phoebe Barker, the varsity record holder, with a new personal best of 16.10 this year. Nancy Scott of Cambridge and Charlotte Janet, formerly of Oxford, who is funnily enough actually in this race against the Americans, the only athlete in the race to have scored a select, where she finished 8th over 10,000 metres for Georgetown last year with a time of 33:26.7. This year she was third in the Bucks Championships and also competed in the A race.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like.
No problem at all.
Yeah,
You seem to just have too many people, not enough mics.
we got some stats resistance.
Oh, perfect. You want to do a changeover or just sit in and join? I don't know how you want to do this.
Yeah, how we do everything. We're not very good on like the sprinting or the field.
We're just making.
We're just going with
We
it.
just have a discussion in the 5K, but it's a long event. So
Yeah. Do you want to whip out some? I've got some PB we can whip
Oh,
out.
that would be excellent.
Lily was actually, she was like, I don't want to do the pack research. I was like, yes, sure. Cool. Yeah, oh man, that's a steeplechase. Yeah, we've got some
5,000?
we've got some PBs we can reel off.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Oh wow, that's a good research.
I did.
I didn't do anything of the sort. Trying to make jokes. That's me.
I mean, yeah, I think the joke scene I needed as well. Nobody just wants boring numbers.
It's just when there's like long periods of silence.
Yeah, especially.
So that was another net in the women's discus throw. How very unfortunate.
Yes, it would seem that someone has to come and break the cycle. Who will it be? Only time will tell.
And we are just 5 minutes away from the start of the women's 5,000 meters. So we see the athletes just clustered around the start line, which is currently not on your screens right now, but will be very shortly, as we currently pay attention to the women's discus throw. We have a current lull in the program as we wait for the next excitement to grace the screen. Now, joining us we have Libby Brown.
Hello. Nice to be here on this not so sunny afternoon, but maybe the sun will come out later in the day.
And now we look to the women's 5,000 meters. We look to the women's 5,000 meters, where we have athlete Phoebe Barker coming in the strongest in this field, with the current season's best, 16:10. We also have Charlotte Dannett scoring for Oxford and Cambridge. And we have the Harvard and Yale athletes, of which Ella Gilson is currently the fastest with a personal best of 16:16.
Yes, we can anticipate it to be a very crowded and very tightly fought race, with one victor appearing right at the end. we're very curious to see how it shapes out over the course of this race. Lots of strategy has to go into it. This will be much different from the men's steeplechase we just witnessed, where it was just a one-on-one dogfight between two athletes. Now with a bigger crowd, strategy has to come into play.
And will we see some group tactics from the Oxford and Cambridge athletes and the Harvard and Yale athletes to share some of the work, the early stages of this race? We see Phoebe Barker, who's recently made the transition to triathlon, coming in with a lot of strength from the tri-discipline event. So we see the results from the 2K chase up here once again. It's reminding us of Winslow Atkinson's dominant victory over Thomas Renshaw in 6 minutes and 7 seconds.
That was a 10-second differential, which doesn't sound like much until you see it on a track. It was quite a decisive victory from the Harvard and Yale athlete. And there is the result from the 100-meter hurdles, where Josefina Bionacki closely beat out Belibi by 0.07 seconds. Very tight.
So just 1 minute to go until the women's 5,000 as the athletes take to the start line.
The countdown is on.
The countdown is on. There's 55 seconds or so. Astonishingly, this meet is running very to schedule.
They look all ready to go, don't they, Henry?
They do. So who is your money on, Libby, for this event?
Well, I hate to be... I need to be impartial in this, but I have...
You need not be impartial.
I have seen Phoebe training recently, and she's been looking very strong.
Very strong indeed. An aerobic monster. And they are off.
What's it going to be? Is it going to be tactics from the start? Or is it all go, 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 go?
Yes, and we have a fourth guest in the commentators box. Would you care to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Helen, also here to help out with hopefully the distance events more than anything on the commentary. So yeah, we're looking forward to what should be a very exciting 5K race, and it looks like Charlotte Dannett's gone straight to the front.
So the tall figure who spent a year at Georgetown University and became an All-American in the 10,000 meters in the NCAA championships is just taking the lead, followed closely by Barker, then the trio of Harvard and Yale athletes.
And indeed, the All-American seems to be beating all the Americans for now.
Dannett is on the front. Charlie D in the lead.
And what would you comment on the wind situation? Is it going to be a race where it favours tucking in? Or will it not matter if you go off the front? What do you think, Henry, in this race so far?
So the 5K is always a race to tuck in for, as it's very long, but the wind is a nice, gentle breeze today, a cooling temperature, perfect for 5K running. It may be overcast, so not so fun for the spectators, but beautiful conditions for the athletes.
Now, it's funny you say that, because I was on the track last night, actually, and there was a strong wind down the back straight. I hope that does not affect the athletes today.
Well, this Cambridge track is notoriously windy, but I think the athletes with strong cross-country pedigree, with Charlotte Dannett having won the British Inter-County Champs before, and Phoebe Barker having attended the World Cross-Country Champs as a junior, tackling the wind will be a strong point for these athletes. So there are 11 laps to go. What a lot of laps.
Not as many laps as a 10K though, which is what Charlotte Dannett is used to running.
That's a rather astute observation from co-commentator Libby, as they approach the back straight.
I just have to have my people check that fact. Is a 10K indeed more laps than a 5K? I've heard back from my people. Yes, we can confirm that is true.
Well, really fascinating stuff as the athletes approach some number of laps. So that's 2 minutes 50. So that'd probably be 3 laps. No.
It must be 2 laps, but maybe they're going for tactics today.
10 laps remaining.
All right, so this will be coming up to the kilometre mark as they cross through the start-finish.
Charlotte Dannat still looking fun, strong up at the front. Phoebe Barker just tucked in behind her. Charlotte does like to front run her races, so we shall see if this tactic pays off.
And that's 1K in about 3 minutes 30, so it's going to be a slow and tactical race, unless a pickup should occur.
Yes, as is usual in many long-distance races, there could be some gamesmanship going on where no one wants to kick ahead too early or too quickly. Everyone's just waiting each other out until the second half of this race.
So tell me, Henry, when would you make a breakaway in a race of this length?
So in a 5K, I'd say the athletes will be looking to stick together until about 3K, and then if they any of them feel good, and that's when you should really start to make a break. Any later than that, the race will favour the athletes with a big kick.
Now, if we look at the competitors, are any of these competitors strong in the 800-metre field? Because that would potentially favour those with the kick at the end.
Potentially. We'll have to go to our expert analysts on that. But I think all of these athletes are capable of closing very fast, especially Phoebe Barker, based on recent racing form.
Well, that's the thing, Henry. When you're so strong over this length of this distance, then you're going to be strong over other distances too.
Exactly. Sometimes from mileage, strength is built over the shorter distances. Mileage maketh man, as they say. And Charlotte Dannat is still in the lead as they come around the back straight. Tall figure just providing a nice wind block for the rest of the field. Nancy Scott, guesting for Oxford and Cambridge, nicely tucked in at the back of the train.
Yes, all the athletes seem to be tucking in like hungry students in a buttery. Or a cafeteria for all our American listeners.
And speaking of buttery, the athletes are looking very smooth. Their stride just very comfortable right now. And Charlotte Dannat is still in the lead, doing a lot of the work here. Will her 10K strength mean that this is not too daunting a task for her? Or will she fade in the later stages of this race?
There's still all to play for.
On paper, Charlie D has got the fastest 5K PB, coming into this with 16:06, but closely followed by Phoebe with her impressive 16:10. So if these two stick it out at the front, we could be in for a very exciting final few stages of this race.
So we have just under 8 laps to go as the train of athletes remains very much intact.
Choo-choo indeed.
I'm not sure many athletes got the train here today, but they're all happy to get on board now.
And Charlie D seems to be the conductor of said train, doing an excellent job leading from the front.
Who will be the first athlete to alight the train? That is what we are eager to see. Where will the stop be? At a kilometre marker or somewhere in between?
Choo-choo.
Phoebe Barker's looking a bit angsty on this train, getting ready to make a move potentially. Or is she just going to sit it out and ride it until the next station?
There's many stops on the way to the destination. It's a very long train ride, one could say.
but not such a scenic journey with a whopping 12.5 laps in this race.
The Harvard and Yale athletes seem to be experiencing a bit of a train delay, as many working shortages seem to be hindering their race.
And the next track event after this will be
So they continue, all sticking together. Real cohesion of the teams from both sides of the Atlantic. And Charlotte done it. Charlie D is still in the lead.
Yes, it would appear 7 laps to go. Charlotte's done it. Doesn't seem like the weather is affecting the athletes all that much today. The wind seems to be abated.
And so the athletes are coming round, back down the home straight again. And it's looking like 6 laps to go.
6 laps to go. Roy remains unchanged.
It's not 3K, not yet. It's a lap until 3K.
Going the lead.
So it's going to be quite slow, but given that they're still a good 350 meters away from the 3-kilometer mark.
Interesting. See who will be the first.
And no one has yet alighted the train.
And start to throw.
And just a quick update from the men's discus. We have Ikechi Mere from Cambridge representing Achilles today. He is a dual sport athlete playing, competing in both the discus and the university rugby team. Hopefully he can take some of that brutish rugby strength and apply it to the discus today.
So that looks like it was about just under 10 minutes for the 3K.
No, the 3K will be as they cross the line. When there's 5 laps to go, that's 2K.
I'm glad to know that Helene knows how far a 3K is, considering she is running one this evening.
So they approach the 3-kilometer mark in about 10 minutes and 36 seconds. So very pedestrian for these athletes, who are all capable of running well under 10 for the 3K event.
10:36, interestingly, my 3K PB.
Congratulations, Libby, with me here. So how would you feel if you've just run your 3K PB and you're still on the train? What's going through your head?
Well, I assume at this point, if I just run my 3K PB, I would be very, very tired. And I would be slowly moving further and further away from the train. But these athletes, they are a different standard. I think you just don't realize how phenomenal some of these athletes are, because all of them are together.
Yes, indeed. This definitely seems to be one of those high-speed maglev modern age super trains compared to what I would be an 19th century steam engine, slowly but surely chugging to the finish.
So the Shinkansen is approaching 4 laps. That's about a mile to go. And one of the Harvard and Yale athletes seems to be dropping off the train. That is surprisingly Ella Gilson, who comes in as the fastest of the 3 Harvard and Yale athletes.
Yes, she has a personal best of 16:16. So quite surprising to see her drop to the bottom of the pack.
Especially at this rather pedestrian pace. And it looks like Dannett and Barker have commenced what some call a move.
They're definitely picking up the pace. Look at that stride going down the back straight. They're trying to make their breakaway.
And Scott, the guest for Oxford and Cambridge, is covering the move, just finishing off one of the Harvard and Yale athletes behind her.
Now, Phoebe Barker is also a cyclist. So to put this in cycling terms, these athletes do not want to be in the peloton today.
The question is, who will be wearing the yellow jersey of victory at the end of this race?
Maybe we need a green jersey today because the sprint is going to be all to play for.
Wow. Yes.
Lots of colored jerseys today. Colors seem to be a common theme as we move away from the train metaphor and start speaking more about cycling.
Who will be able to pedal the best tactical finish in this lap? 3 laps to go. Dannett's still on the front.
It's going to be a really good end to the race.
Athletes just starting to spin their legs now.
As they start to shift into a higher gear, we see the athletes using every gear available on their bicycles.
So Dannett just takes a quick glance over her shoulder and to see that Barker is still there, looking very strong indeed.
I'd say this is a tandem race. They're that close together.
So the Oxford and Cambridge athletes just working in unison there.
They take 4K in about just under 14 minutes. And I promise I've got this right this time.
So
it's 2.5 laps to go.
So it's 1K to go. How quickly can they close? The pace won't be fast, the time won't be fast, but can they close fast? Can they dip under 17 minutes?
Phoebe Barker's well accustomed to races with varying paces throughout. Her recent BMC, she's dropping some 72s and some 80s. So yeah, who's going to take this in the last few laps?
Indeed, everything to play for with 2 laps left. Hopefully, everyone is looking to close this race as well as they can. Phoebe and Charlotte looking strong in the lead, looking like they will likely close faster than at church on a Sunday.
Will Claire Archer, the final Harvard and Yale athlete just hanging on there, be able to do anything to come back and try and score some crucial points for the Harvard and Yale team?
Now, we've all been focusing on the front two, but there is a real battle going on in the second group. We need to keep an eye on that as well. Back to Henry and Helene.
So we have, in that second group, we have Archer versus Scott. Nancy Scott being the cross-country and steeplechase specialist, but she's decided to guest in the 5K today.
Cross-country won't help you today, Henry, on this flat track.
No, it will not. The only country here is America and the United Kingdom.
And Phoebe's making
Phoebe Barker is making a break as Angus Harrington informs me of the news and the bell rings.
Yes, Phoebe has made a very decisive break, leading the pack now. She had lots stored in the tank, it would seem.
Oh, it's a blistering pace, and she's just getting rapid
Word on the street
turnover.
is Phoebe was preparing to just practice her 400 meters, saving a lot of the energy for the final lap.
And Charlotte Dannett has no response. Phoebe making, coming up to what it looks like a 50-meter lead on Dannett. Pretty astonishing.
She is running like the rent is due and has 200 meters left and is not looking like slowing down.
And let's keep our eye on Nancy Scott. She is picking up the pace as well with this 200 meter to go.
Can Nancy Scott catch Charlotte Dannett in what would be a bit of an upset?
So, onto the final 100 meters. Will Phoebe dip under 17 minutes? It looks like she will. As Barker approaches the line for decisive victory in 16:56:40.
Well under what she could have done. Very comfortably finishing this race, both Phoebe Barker and Charlotte Dannett. And a surprise victory at third by Scott, with the Harvard and Yale athletes seeming to have faded a little bit too early in the race.
we just noticed now that one of the Harvard Yale athletes is wearing Vaporflies, the controversial illegal track shoes, not World Athletics approved. So will that be a DQ for the Harvard athlete?
Yeah, no, I just had my graduation.
Oh, nice. How you doing?
Yeah, no, good.
Are you ready for the most stacked BMC in the history of the world?
On Saturday, yeah. I see Feeney, I'm not naive.
Well, Mark English isn't either. He's on a European medal.
No, exactly.
I can almost better.
And one more athlete to finish up the race.
Whenever we watch each other, like they want, like I think the B race you can just go down there.
They'll probably be at the back of the A race.
Yeah, like.
That is Ella Gilson from Harvard and Yale.
So we can confirm that the yellow jersey, the green jersey, all the jerseys there are went to Phoebe Barker in this race with that tremendous sprint finish.
Can you scan this actually?
I'm gonna go.
For those cyclists not out there, that's a win.
How's it going?
Quick turn off the. I think they're picking it up on the mic.
Next up on the track, the men's 110 meter hurdles.
So we look back to the track to the men's 110 meter hurdles.
Excuse me. Got a question. Do you know who won the women's distance? Women's distance?
The results haven't. I don't know if the results have been processed.
This is turning into an exciting 110 metres hurdle race.
So 14:52, decisive win for the winning athlete.
From Harvard Yale.
Harvard Yale. Now looks to be in bib 27. Okay, that will be Aaron Shirley of Harvard and Yale. Let's just take a second look at what happened there. So, the Achilles athlete just tripping on the hurdles there, and Shirley just pulling away from Sam Clark, who is, fresh off competing in the 400 hurdles just a couple of hours ago. So we have Helen Greenwood with us. What events are you looking forward to later on today, Helen?
So I think the women's mile, women's 15 looks like it will be a very rapid race based on paper, as we have the current NCAA champion.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago.
Maya Ramsden coming in, and she'll be taking on the Cambridge athletes of Neve Bridson-Hubbard and B. Wood. B was also out on the Americas tour, so may have already raced Maya.
I believe they did race, and Maya got the victory over there, but not over in America was Neve Bridson-Hubbard, who is fresh off a 4:10 personal best in the 1500 just a few weeks ago, so that is very strong and should be competitive with Ramsden.
Neve has been having an amazing start to her season, running, as Henry just mentioned, her very impressive new 1500 PB. She's also the Bucks silver medalist over 1500 metres.
Indeed. So we see one of... Okay, so we look at the 5,000 metre results have come up. Phoebe Barker just dipping under 17 minutes in 16:56.33, followed by Dannett in 17:09. So a decisive win for the team Oxford and Cambridge.
And shout out to Nancy Scott, who's the guest athlete and finishing ahead of all the scoring Harvard Yale athletes.
Now to the men's discus throw. We have the guest athlete wearing bib 136. Just throwing a throw there. So we will have just seen somebody. So now taking to the cage looks to be Nolan Recker up again from the hammer. He's looking to, and he's made a beautiful throw there, just cleanly out the cage. Looking to put down a good mark for the start of this men's discus throw event. Will the other competitors get wrecked?
And now we have Ikechi Mere, third-year engineering student, trying to engineer some distance into that discus. Couldn't manage to make it out of the nets.
Very unfortunate netting of the discus there.
Women's 400 metres is next up. For Harvard and Yale, we have Kathy Izzy-Gudros and Yale's Molly Harding. Molly Harding, personal best.
So now in vest 1 is Matthew Apple in the men's discus throw of Harvard and Yale.
With the women's 400 meters about to begin, we have Izzy Gordos, Natalie Groves, Molly Harding, and Ella Fryer from Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge, and Harvard, Yale, Oxford, and Cambridge again.
The women's 400 meter match record currently stands from 1987. That's a 54.9 from M. Rainey of Harvard at the match in Oxford. So that will be a very difficult time to beat indeed as the athletes prepare for the start of the
400 meters. Sorry, cut you off. There seem to be two athletes missing in action from the start of the 400 meters. Must be getting in their last few warm-ups in, which is interesting, because you'd think they'd warm up on the track. Perhaps they know something we don't.
very mysterious sport is the 400 meters, sitting right at the edge of the sprint event.
Treading that fine line between sprint and endurance event. 400 meters is a special kind of hell.
So we just see Molly Harding of Harvard and Yale preparing her block in lane 5 before this women's 400-meter event.
And Natalie Groves coming in as well with her blocks.
So all the athletes starting to appear now, and there's 2 athletes from each team. So who will score the points for their team? Oh, and the pole vault has appeared. Back to the women's 400. Very ritualistic preparations occurring here as the final micro adjustments to the blocks are made. Some kind of tape measure device going on there, which Natalie Groves is handling.
A very scientific approach to the start.
These Oxbridge athletes always highly intellectualizing their race events, either for their advantage or perhaps their misery. So we wait for the start of the event to get underway. The women's 400, closely followed by the men's 400. 5 minutes after. So the line judge is calling up the athlete, just making sure they're all there for the start of this race. Some customary jumping, leg slapping, arm flapping occurring as we're about to get underway in the women's 400 meters.
As the women anxiously await the starter's orders.
On your marks is heard.
A calm descends upon the track as they take to the blocks. Only one athlete seems to not have blocks. Perhaps they don't need blocks.
Where they're going, they won't need blocks. The blockless athlete appears to be Ella Fryer, an 800 specialist from Oxford. And they're off.
Very strong start from the Harvard-Yale athletes, taking a decisive lead early on.
Wow, really turning the screw at this early stage in the race. Zooming. And the other athletes, the other 3 athletes in the field, are fairly clustered together.
Izzy Gordo seems to be running like her life depends on it.
Surely it does. As she comes onto the home straight with no other athletes in sight. This race is being decided.
She's running like someone on the finish line owes her money, and she will indeed get it with a decisive victory in just over 55 seconds.
Surprisingly close to the match record of 54.9 and 55.18. So wow, a very impressive run there from the Harvard-Yale athlete. Let's just take a second look at that decisive victory. She relaxedly strides down the home straight to take that win in a rapid time, 55.18. Very close to the match record of 54.9, set in 1987.
If I were that record, I would have been quivering with Izzy moving down the back straight. She was very, very close to that record.
So we return now to the men's discus throw. When you think about the events with the most rotation, would you think about hammer throw or would you think about discus, Jordan?
Well, I believe hammer has an early lead in rotation, at least in the throwing area. But if you account for the rotations of the discus, it's not close.
That's a lot of spinning going on. And here we see some rotation from the guest athlete in this event. He's got the G on his back to denote guest, to make it clear for all the spectators.
He is indeed a real G. G for guest. Can confirm. And we see the 400 men's event is people are warming up for that. Lots of athletes to look out for in that. I will get the list to you shortly.
So here we are, the 400-meter men's. We have Maranga McCoy of Oxford representing the Achilles Club. A very strong athlete indeed, who decided not to race last week at the match against Penn and Cornell. So he had
Greg Lapete, Billy Matthews, and Aaron Miller. So finishing up the list.
4 very strong athletes in this race. Greg Lapete with a best of 47.34.
Your mastery of people's personal best never ceases to amaze me. This man, remember that, with no notes.
0 notes. Mind Palace only season. So, this should be a cracking event. This men's 400 will be closely followed by the exciting women's 1500 at 2 p.m. and the men's 1500 at 10 past 2. That's on the track, and at 2 p.m. we have the men's triple jump kicking off, and the 400 isn't off.
Seems to be testing out the
gun.
Starter's gun.
The gun is indeed working.
Just as long as they test it out in the direction that is not mine, I'm quite happy.
But who will be shooting for gold in this race? So number 33, that's Greg Lapete on the start line in lane 4. And we have Billy Matthews sandwiched between the two Harvard-Yale athletes.
Yes.
Lane 3 is not yet Maranga McCoy. Oh, here he is, just behind the blocks, just doing his final preparations before the start of this race. So the athletes take to their blocks. They all have opted for blocks, as they're all very serious 400-meter runners.
Silence for the start.
And they're off. An aggressive start from all 4 athletes in this field.
Lapete and Mokaya looking very strong down the back straight. With Mokaya looking to edge Lapete, looks like he's caught him down the back.
Billy Matthews just falls off the back of that group. But it is very close between Moranga and the two Harvard and Yale athletes.
Moranga seems to be coming very strong down the back straight. Does he have more in the tank or will he slow down?
It looks like he's away.
Moranga is away and Lapite is close, but he is not close enough as Moranga comes to take victory in what's at 47.23 seconds.
Ridiculously fast time from Moranga.
A great race. 46.2 being the match record from 1965. That's a conversion from the 440-yard distance.
Very exciting race there. I have the results of the women's 400 metres. As we saw, it was a dominant victory for Izzy Gudros of Harvard and Yale in 55.12. Only a couple of tenths outside the 400 metres match record, which is approaching its 40th year in fact, set by Meredith Rainey of Harvard. Obviously famous, that's nature of her career as an 800 metre runner, with 54.9 in 1987. Gudros 55.12 for the win. Natalie Groves 57.81, that's off her season's best. Molly Harding 58.56. And Ella Pryor.
So we now await the start of the women's 1500 metres, due to kick off in just a couple of minutes. What are your predictions for this race, Helen?
Ooh, so I think going into this race, I think you have to potentially think that Maya Ramsden stands a pretty good chance of doing very well. But I do not underestimate Neve. I think this will be a very close race, and I think Neve might actually have the edge. You have to wait and see.
You reckon a home field advantage?
Home field advantage, and Neve has been really smashing the training recently. She's been hitting all those pull-up records in the gym, which obviously will be a massive advantage going into the 1500 race.
Her last 400 rep in a session recently, she hit a 56 point.
Ooh,
so that is rapid.
Very
and
spicy.
will she be able to convert that to a fast finish today? In the men's discus throw, Harvard and Yale athlete throws another white flag throw.
Yes, one might expect this to be a bit of a two-horse race out at the front, but we never know what B Wood might have in store as well.
B Wood fresh off a February victory in the under-20 national cross-country. So we should be able to convert some of that winter strength into a fast later season track time, we shall see.
B Wood's got a PB of 4:25.86. Could she be looking to improve on this today if it's a rapid race?
Perfect racing conditions. The real question is, will have Maya Ramsden been taking some time off after her NCAA Division I championship victory? She made some big upsets in the likes of Caitlin Tuohy and some other well-established 1500 runners. So, back in the discus cage. It's number one, that's Matthew Apple for Harvard and Yale, going for a throw. And he spins around now. And he takes off. And it is what looks like a very strong throw. Perhaps not quite the direction he was going for, but overall, a clean-looking release. And landing nicely into the field. So we see the results of the women's 400 metres, and that's Izzy Gudros with a 55.12 confirmed for the victory there. In the men's 400 is Moranga McCoy taking the victory, as we just saw, in 47.17. So a strong run there for the Oxford and Cambridge athletes.
Alongside them we have Beatrice Woodhouse from Cambridge and Ellie McRae's.
It'll be very interesting to see the 1500 at play. Maya Ramsden, the current record holder of the match, will be competing. Her record stands at, I believe it's...
That's 4:15.
4:15. and her season's best is 4:08. So perhaps she's looking to go for that record today.
Neve Bridson-Hubbard, her personal best is also faster than the match record. So they are off. In the 1500 meters, it does not look like the fastest of starts here. So perhaps a somewhat tactical race.
There's also a fourth athlete and another Harvard-Yale athlete.
So there is Eleni Mataris of Harvard and Yale also in there as a fourth athlete.
This looks like a very pedestrian start, but Beatrice Wood going straight to the front.
So
it's shaping up into a 7-kick event.
Beatrice Wood, followed by Neve Bridson-Hubbard and Ramsden just on the outside. Very well positioned as they come round to the 300-meter mark. That's a very slow 60 seconds through 300 meters. So this might hot up in the later stages of this race as 3 laps remain in this 1500-meter event. So just through the first lap, quite a slow pace.
Maya Ramsden's come up onto the shoulder of B. Wood, and with everyone still in there tucked in.
So Neve, Bridson-Hubbard and Ramsden are both known for their very fast finishes. So this should be a very interesting burn-up when we get to 1 lap to go. Who will make the first move? It's a very tactical game of cat and mouse. So the pack is still tightly clustered as they come up to 800 meters to go. Has this 1500 race turned into an 800 meter race? Yes, it has.
Very, very tight race. All 4 athletes tightly packed.
Who will make the first move? Not before 600 meters, I expect, will a move be made.
We see Maya Ramsden is slightly making a move, creeping on B's shoulder. I'm wondering if she's waiting for the final lap to make her move.
So they're approaching the 600 meter mark, 600 meters to go. And they're still together.
Still very tight.
Matares still hanging on the back of these other athletes. And Beatrice Wood doing a surprising amount of work here in this race. So she's still in the lead. She comes in with just over 1 lap to go. And they're about to hit the bell. Maya Ramsden looks very strong with Neve Bridson-Hubbard just tracking her on the shoulder.
Poised to take the lead.
And here is the bell. Will they begin to string out? Not yet. This is very surprising indeed. Who will make the first move? So Ramsden just looking very strong there as the pack really clusters up.
But it's
and Bridson-Hubbard making the move. Mataris off the back, hitting the mattress of a sleepy fall off the pack.
Wow. Electrifying pace. But Ramsden also seems to have a kick in her. Can she catch her? She left it too late.
So Neve just pulling away from the field. Looks like she's going to take the victory. There's still some track left, but no, there's no time for Ramsden.
Ripping away with an incredible lead.
That's a definitive victory for Bridson-Hubbard over the NCAA champion. It's Mataris and Beatrice Wood just come in there. Yeah.
as promised, it was a very, very tightly contested race.
She tells me every time.
Some bravery by Britson Hubbard ran at the end to kick with 300 meters left, but it seems to have paid off.
He told me he was...
Yeah, he did.
Do you mind having the...
So let's take a replay of Bryson Hubbard's finish. Very strong.
Sorry.
There's a lot going on there. And in just 3 minutes will be the start of the men's 1500 meters.
I mean, Angus was here a bit earlier on. He told me he got 4 people. Mark will do it for a bit.
Thank you.
So next up on the track is the men's 1500 meters. The record stands at 3 minutes 44 seconds. That's R. Wemple of Yale in 1991. Missing from this field, unfortunately, is Jeremy Dempsey, match winner out in the States. He's just begun his medical elective in Iten, Kenya, the home of champions, looking to log some base miles before he comes back for what can only be described as a very large aerobic winter. So Helene, who's your money on in this 1500 meter race?
So we've got a very good lineup for this one. We've got Miles Weatherseed from Oxford coming in with the second fastest PB of 3:42.92, and he's been in good shape so far this season, having a strong run at the Penn Cornell race last weekend in what was a very tactical race.
We have Vivian Hens coming in with a very strong PB of 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah.
He's the one to look out for.
Vivian
the
Hens.
Luxembourgian
Also.
athlete. Oh, and they're off. In what does not look like a slow start, we have Terry Forden guesting in the white vest also.
But yes, Vivian Hens also was 7th at the World Under-20 Championships last year, so
Wow.
it's a very strong track pedigree.
So it's all to play for in this race.
And 1500, not gone up super hard for Oxford and Cambridge. We have Miles Weatherseed, Cillian Doherty, and Terry Forden.
So we have a bit of a battle of housemates between Cillian Doherty and Terence Headley Forden running in the white vest. They live together in a very competitive running household.
Oh, are they housemates?
They are indeed housemates, along with myself and 800 runner Angus Harrington. So they come through 300 in a pedestrian 53 seconds. So the pack is still together, following a rather similar pattern to the women's race, albeit slightly faster. So it's through the first lap in a very slow time, about 70 seconds. And they're all there, clustered up.
Miles Weatherseed making a move to take the second spot in the pack.
Miles Weatherseed just tactically moving up, but there's no need for moves at this early stage. There's been no break yet. Everybody is riding the train as Libby Brown joins us in the commentary box.
Hello, I'm back. I've been getting a bit of feedback on our commentary. There's slightly too much of the train analogy.
We shall stray away from the train then in this race. So, weather seed on the shoulder of Joe Ewing, the Harvard athlete who is British, recently ran the under-23 championships.
Where he was second.
And he came second, yeah, narrowly. I'm not sure if he was selected for a GB spot. Who knows?
We might need to do some fact verification on this.
So the pack is still together as they come round the back straight. What is that, about 600 metres to go? Weather seed on the shoulder of the Harvard athlete, and
Terry is making a move.
the guest athlete was whipping around to the front of the pack. Who will have the biggest kick?
He may be known as Scary Terry, but is he going to be scary on the track today with his speed and determination?
He's usually a steeplechase specialist, but has decided to guest in the 1500 today. And what can he do? He has a personal best set just a few weeks ago of 3 minutes and 53 seconds.
He's looking scarily speedy.
The Harvard and Yale athletes follow. Doherty is still there as that Harvard athlete moves to the front.
And Killian goes with the front too.
Killian is there. He has overtaken his housemate Terry. Killian is there. Doherty is looking to close some ground on the Harvard and Yale athletes. But for Vivian Hans, he is too strong. Oh, they're both there. As Joe Ewing takes second, as Vivian takes the victory in a pedestrian 401. Doherty for third. The other athletes come in just behind him. Rather exciting race there.
Killian killing it on the final lap.
Terry tearing up some ground.
And Vivian had more in the tank, hence he won it all.
Track results for you. Firstly, we have the men's 400 metres. Short win for going on higher. Yet again, right line 47.2 mark, 47.17. Second place, regular Pete of Harvard, 48.08.
So talk me through, Henry. What do we have next on the track?
So next up on the track is, so it was just the men's 1500 meters, which, the men's, women's 200 meters followed closely by the men's 200 meters. So that's at 2:25, so in 10 minutes time. And right now we should be just seeing some javelin action getting off as the athletes from both sides of the Atlantic attempt to hurl some pointy poles to pierce the infield.
Now, I've always thought javelin is a rather impressive sport. I'm always amazed at the distances they throw. Have either of you done javelin before?
No, I've never been able to quite throw the javelin as mightily and as far as would be needed to compete here. Not quite How about you, Henry?
I've never actually thrown a javelin. I think the last time may have been in primary school sports day. Beyond that, no, I'm not adept at throwing the jav.
I actually regularly competed in the javelin at the Northern League. Not a particularly high standard, not any reflection on the North, but I rarely made it further than 5 meters, and I'm hoping the athletes are going to do a bit better today.
Well, that is 5 meters more than me, so I am duly impressed.
So in this javelin, let's see. So the men's match record in the javelin, the old record comes from Kay Womack of Yale in 1977, and the new, or rather newer of the old records, is 68.84 meters of C Athanasia of Yale at the home match in Yale in April 1989. So that will be quite a difficult distance to beat.
In the men's match, it's currently after 8 events, 4 heats. Up in Yale in the long jump, steeplechase, high jump and hurdles, into hurdles, Oxford from Cambridge in the under 400 hurdles, 100 metres and 400 metres. And the women's match is 6 to half in Yale, 4 to Oxford from Cambridge, half in Yale in the high jump, 100 metres discus, 100 hurdles and 400 metres. Oxford and Cambridge in the long jump, 400 hurdles, 5,000 metres and 800 metres. So both matches very much alive. Current combined match score 10 for up in Yale, 8 to Oxford and Cambridge. Currently he's coming up next.
So we go to the men's javelin. It appears the guest athlete in the white vest is taking a throw. Whoa. There's a white flag and a good first throw to get a score down on the score sheet.
After his recent personal best was 76 metres 97, which is and booked the UK lead this year. Instead, we have Kit Colson and Max Serrano-Wood of Yale against Sean and Martin Copeland-Fellows in Rowan Belford with Oxford and Cambridge. Paper will appear to be Rowan Belford, and you think he's going to 5 metres.
And we seem to have some excitement over at the triple jump.
Some clapping going on. Oh. Yeah, so here we have the triple jump, a white flag for Harvard and Yale athlete. So, Now we turn to the women's shot put. And is that that's Leonie Brunning just putted her shot there.
She did indeed.
The women's shot put match record currently stands at 17.66 meters from earlier this year. That's S. Moregi of Harvard at the Harvard home event. So a difficult one to beat, being such a fresh record. And we turn now to the start of the women's 200 meters.
They look all good to go.
We've got 3 Oxford and Cambridge athletes in this event, in Natalie Groves, Alex Birchall and Julia Johnson.
And then on the Harvard-Yale side, we have Victoria
Busson. So, they're on the start line, waiting for the gun.
The match record for this event is from 2013, 24.64.
That's M. Prill of Oxford at the Harvard match in 2013, so 10 years ago.
This will also be a hard one to beat.
So, back to the men's triple. Hop, skip, jump, and into the pit.
And that was a cheer from the spectators down at the triple jump.
So
and a white flag.
Relief for the Harvard Yale athletes. So, turning back to the 200 meters. So many athletes here. Do we have some 200 meter stats?
The officials are ready. The timers are ready. This race will be starting shortly.
Is it 200 meters?
200, so if a women's 200 meters. As a javelin flies through the air. And we see some pole vault action as the yellow bar is cleared successfully.
Reminds me of an old pole vaulting joke I heard once. I wonder if there's enough time to get it off before the 200 meters start.
I think there should be just enough time, Jordan. So please.
So a high jumper walks up to the pole vaulting match and says, "Excuse me, are you a pole vaulter?" And the man says, "No, I'm German, but how did you know my name was Volta?"
Very good.
Not really.
So now we turn to some 200 meters. I once heard a 200 meter joke. A man comes up to the start line of a 200 meters and he says, "Is this the 200 meters?" And the official in the white polo shirt says yes.
Ah, I've heard that one.
Yes.
I know it
So
goes down well.
now they're on their blocks.
Yeah. Silence descends upon the track.
This race 4 athletes chock-a-block with blocks. Will they be chocking off the blocks?
And they're away with, I believe, Victoria Bosson out with the early lead.
It's a very strong lead from Bosson.
Blistering pace as she takes it down the final stretch. No chance of catching her. She's away. She's running like the rent's due.
So she's followed by...
and she makes it look way too easy in a time of 25.2.
So that is a decisive victory from Bosson, the Harvard-Yale athlete.
An exceptional run, with the other 3 athletes close behind.
So let's take a second look at that decisive victory from the Harvard-Yale athlete, just cleanly striding down that home straight to take the win.
Looking very comfortable, fading just a little bit over the final 20 meters.
And we return to views of the field. That's the shot put and the pole vault.
Any shot put jokes, Henry?
I'll have to brew on that one, and we'll be back to you shortly with some shot put comedy.
The clapping starts again. The shot is about to be put in.
So,
This is that highbrow Oxbridge humor for all our American listeners. I must apologize. We are very sorry. And we are joined by one of the Harvard athletes, Daniel Falode, who would normally be competing in the triple jump. In fact, I believe he's on books as one of the furthest triple jumper on record. But today he's out with an injury. Daniel, how are we doing today?
I'm doing well. I was having a few little niggles in the warm-up, so I thought it just made sense for me to leave it out for today. But I think my teammate Sebastian definitely put out a good performance, a strong performance. So I'm happy he got the W.
Very good, very good. We were quite relieved to see you not competing today, but unfortunately, Harvard and Yale pulled away with the victory again. How is it looking overall? Do you think Harvard and Yale have a chance to take it again this year?
I think we have a really good chance right now. It's looking quite even. I'm hoping we do take the W, especially with my team now being in my home country. But yeah, no, I think we have a good chance.
And how does it feel to compete in front of your home, I guess in your home country? I would imagine as a native Brit, maybe there is an alternate universe when you could have gone to Oxford or Cambridge.
I think it's great. I think today I'm competing in the correct colours. I think Harvard is the better fit for me. But yeah, no, it definitely does feel nice to be with my team back at home.
Amazing, amazing. We will be hopefully getting such kernels of wisdom from Daniel throughout the course of the day, if he can stand to bear with our commentary and terrible puns. And we're now looking at the women's shot put. Anything to look out for in the women's shot put? From the Harvard athlete?
I mean, the women's shot put, I think for sure Cammie's definitely one to put out a strong performance. She never fails to do so. And then you have Sarah also, who was actually one of the top performers in the recent NCAA championship. So
wow.
Yeah, definitely two strong performers out there competing for Harvard-Yale.
Yeah, I've noticed the entire Harvard throwing contingent seems to be doing ridiculously well, with Ratcliffe in the hammer, Ikeji in the hammer, ladies in the shot. What's the secret? What's changed?
I mean, if if you look, we've got a new assistant or a new volunteer coach out there, in Coach Brandon Ammo, who has done an excellent job, I think, with the team this year, really taking their training to the next level.
Amazing.
So I think just deserves a little bit of recognition.
Thank you so much for the shout out. Can I get that name one more time,
Coach Brandon Ammo.
Yes, well, we all observe your efforts, Coach Brandon, and we are very, very grateful. Thanks so much, Daniel.
So we've just heard about Brandon Ammo there, but who has the ammo in this javelin throw?
Yeah, looks like he's been doing these things. So I'm a little afraid. Before we had a really good throws to Kenny was kind of scratching the surface in terms of NCAA. He really took his training to the next level. I mean, we had two national champions in helmet. It was the first time. Actually, I think it's the first time we've done it. The first time in the last maybe 10 years.
So, getting underway is the men's 200 meters. We have Kaisi Opara of Oxford and Cambridge, Lance Ward of Harvard and Yale, Zuti Ogbeda of Oxford and Cambridge, Jacob Cow of Harvard and Yale, and Ruben Henry Derry of Harvard and Yale.
Dare he win this match today?
Well, we'll have to find out as they are off. And
the 200 meters is well underway.
So,
firing out the blocks with, I believe, Lance Ward in the lead. But not for long as Casey's long legs and incredible stride powers through with a fast time of 21.3 waiting confirmation.
So, if that's a 21.3, the match record currently stands at a 21.4 from 1965. So that could be a historic rewriting of the record books.
1965, a great year. Only 4 years short of true greatness.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
What could have been? Waiting confirmation for that time, but that would be a new record, would it not?
It would indeed be a new record. The old record being so old that it was measured in yards. So,
reminds me of the old joke, your mama's so old, she measures her records in yards.
The Americans will be familiar with that joke, measuring everything in yards. With our guest injured triple jumper here, if that's what you do. Is it a relief to be using meters instead of yards today?
Oh, it is. I think meters make so much more sense when it comes to athletics anyway. In the US, it's like they convert between the two. Meters definitely make far more sense.
100%.
Indeed.
And have you finally caught up with the whole Fahrenheit nonsense?
Absolutely not. I haven't quite managed to wrap my head around it. I kind of know roughly what it means, but, you know.
Yes. Just waiting on the Americans to catch up with the metric system. It makes sense. It's all we should ever measure in.
Now, Henry, are you a miles or kilometre runner yourself?
Despite my ardent love for a logical unitary system, unfortunately, I do measure in miles when it comes to running, as I like to check my watch less frequently than if I measured in kilometres. So I would say I'm a miles man. Weekly mileage, not kilometerage, is my go-to sort of statement on that debate. What measurement system do you use, Libby?
My short runs, I do in kilometres. Anything over 10k in miles. Having recently run a marathon, I was not prepared to run 42k, but I was prepared to run 26 miles.
You recently ran a marathon?
I did the
how
London.
Did it go?
Good.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I did the London Marathon this year.
How many miles is that again?
26.2.
26.2 miles. That's about 26 more miles than I'm prepared to run. Very impressive.
And why aren't we seeing you out here with the other athletes?
I'm not quite quick enough. I also don't do short races.
Fair enough.
And I think we all watched that 5K and we saw the standard of the athletes in that 5K race today.
Well,
and I cannot compete with that.
Well, I'm first in line starting the petition for the Harvard-Yale versus Achilles marathon race. And your name will be first ballot. Now, we're looking across and still a view from the shot put pit. Not a whole lot of action going on as they start to change over to, I believe, the men's shot put. The javelin is still going on. No track events on at the moment.
As we see some lingering around from the Harvard and Yale athletes, and a seated official in a white polo shirt as the pole vault is underway in the background of the screen. So we wait for the next track event, which looks to be the women's 800 meters at 2:45, so in 7 minutes time. That will be featuring Olympian and previous Irish record holder over the 800 meters, Louise Shanahan, who has just recently had her Irish 800 meter record pinched off her by, I believe, Ciara McGeehan.
And I'm sure she will be out to make a statement to remind everyone who she is. My money's on the Olympian. I know, that's a hot take. Very contentious.
Also in the race, we have the two strong Oxford athletes, Ella Fryer and Charlotte Buckley. Buckley was in the 400 hurdles earlier, I believe, so should have some fatigue in her legs there.
On Cambridge side, Louise will be joined by Millie Dickinson, a very strong 800 metre runner as well, and I'm sure she's out to make a statement too.
Indeed, she's been having a great season so far. Louise Shanahan, I must say, she was spotted at the track last night when I was training, so perhaps she'll have a little bit of fatigue in her legs after some 300 and 400 metre reps, opting not to race the 1500 today, allegedly fearful of NCAA champion Maya Ramsden. But we'll see what she can do over the 800 metres, her specialist event. So, we wait for 5 minutes. So we see some hand on the screen right now, and this is hands down the least exciting moment of the live stream.
But a well manicured hand at that. I need the name of their nail tech.
So we see a javelin flying across as a light, very light, misty rain descends upon Wilberforce Road here in Cambridge.
Yes, very ominous at this stage in the day. Hopefully the conditions do not get any worse and only improve from here. Very excited to see what the 800 meter race holds.
So, here we are. Still seeing some warm-up preparations for the men's shot put. Some twisting, some flexing.
Match record, as mentioned previously, is Kate Grace's 2:05:32. Will Louise Shanahan go for that, or will Louise Shanahan be content to go around and keep people? Either way, strong favourite and a very, very high quality athlete, just finished as a PhD in Cambridge.
So while we wait for the 800 meters to get underway, we see a slight change in the weather of a light rain descending. This might be nice and cool for the distance events remaining in the men's 5,000 meters and the women's 2K steeplechase at 3:50. So that's just over an hour's time.
Probably beyond me, but people of your years won't be a problem, I'm sure.
So while we wait for this event, we see some more skipping we see this. Somebody has acquired some nice kit trades. That's something that goes on today. So the athletes like to exchange kit. I've just seen a Cambridge athlete exchange a long sleeve Ron Hill Cambridge t-shirt for a lovely Yale jacket.
Much like the end of a football game when Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo might engage in a jersey swap, athletes of equal pedigree are engaging in similar jersey exchanges.
Last week I was fortunate enough to exchange some tight white split shorts for a vintage Cornell vest at the Penn and Cornell match. Have you ever made any good kit trades, Jordan?
I haven't had the fortune. I struggle to find someone who fits and suits my exact proportions. I came out of the womb ill-shapen. I think that was what the doctor said.
That is very unfortunate, though I wish you luck in your future kit-seeking endeavors.
Hopefully I might find someone who fits my exact proportions in the future, perhaps at another event.
So now we turn to the start of the women's 800 meters. We have Shanahan of Cambridge, Dickinson of Cambridge, Fryer and Buckley of Oxford, all representing the Achilles Club, and they are facing off Fitzgibbon and Mias of Harvard and Yale in this hotly contested distance.
This promises to be an exciting race.
Calm before the storm. And they're off.
And they are off.
So they are yet to break lanes. That's when the real race begins. Looking a brisk pace, but a fairly comfortable for all of these athletes.
Yes.
Shanahan just tactically sort of tucking in near the front of that pack.
We can expect an incredible kick over the last 400 from Shanahan. I think all the other athletes are anticipating it, so their job is to strategically place themselves to be able to withstand it.
So we see Buckley just leading the field now in her guest vest for Achilles, as one of the Harvard and Yale athletes swings around to the front, and that looks to be 58, Carmel Fitzgibbon, just taking on this front of this pack. And Millie Dickinson of Oxford and Cambridge moves up into third position as the bell goes through. That's 66. It's not super fast, but it's fast enough. So we have Fitzgibbon from Shanahan.
Now Fitzgibbon is doing her level best to hold off Shanahan. Will she do it? Looks like Shanahan is kicking in with the final 300-meter push, as is her fashion, but Fitzgibbon is doing a great job to keep on her heels.
And it's really just a battle between Shanahan and Fitzgibbon right now, as Dickinson fades in third.
And it looks like Shanahan seems to be edging ahead, but no, Fitzgibbon seems to say no.
Fitzgibbon has responded to Shanahan's move, but does Shanahan have an extra gear? It looks like she does, as she just starts to pull it away from Fitzgibbon.
Fitzgibbon is edging her way back into the race, but it seems like Shanahan says today will be my day, as is every day. Louise Shanahan with another decisive victory.
That's 2:08 flat. A very respectable run from Shanahan. Fitzgibbon in second, as Buckley and Dickinson just come in for third and fourth.
2:08. Waiting confirmation. That's only 3 seconds off of the match record. Louise Shanahan making the impossible look easy.
So here we just see a replay there. Shanahan using her Olympic level stride to finish off Fitzgibbon down that home straight.
Excellent endurance by this just high-class athlete, and credit to Fitzgibbon for staying in for as long as she did. Race came down to the final 80 meters.
Indeed. And that's a long way off Shanahan's personal best of 1 minute 59 seconds. But this is a tactical race and a tactical match where times need not be so important.
Tactics over time.
Tic-tac-toe. And there we see the men's shot put. And a throw has been made from one of the Achilles athletes in what looks like a clean throw.
Oh, God.
Next up on the track will be the men's 800 meters at 3 o'clock. That's 13 minutes, featuring previous match winner Angus Harrington, fresh off a 1:46 personal best. That's a very strong time. Narrowly missed out on selection for the GB team at the England under-23 champs. So we'll see him in action today. He's just spent his day graduating, so hopefully he hasn't spent too much time on his feet before this 800-meter event.
A Cambridge graduation and an 800-meter race on the same day. Get you a man who does both.
Angus Harrington, currently the outgoing Cambridge University Athletics president, and he's due to go to UCLA next year on an 800-meter scholarship to run in the NCAAs. So perhaps this will be an early taste of some American competition in the likes of Drake Prince and Calvin Katz. Great names from the Harvard and Yale squad.
Yes, that's Angus Harrington going to UCLA to compete in the NCAA, the land of acronyms, America, or USA as some might say.
This message was approved by the CDC and various other bureaus of high letter usage. Also, in this race, we have Andrew Shaw of Oxford and Cambridge and Tom Barrett, current Oxford student in the 800 meters. But that is not for another good 10 minutes. So we turn back our attention to the men's shot put, where shots are indeed being put.
This can be confirmed. Men's shot put, where we have Chris Ward, Alexander Fogarty, and Alexander Kolesnikov and Joel Bell.
So we just see 18, Alexander Kolesnikov, just in his cap, taking to the throwing circle. That looked like a warm-up throw there.
Indeed, Kolesnikov, fresh off the heels of competing in the NCAA championships. This man is in premium form. Name, his shot putting abilities as impressive as his name.
So we see some long jump pit, slightly wetted from the rain.
Alexander Kolesnikov, another Australian athlete, recently, I believe, named an All-American. Much like his compatriot, Sarah Ratcliffe, we can look out for him for a great performance. And as an addition to our bench, we have another Harvard athlete looking to contribute some wise words. Sir, please introduce yourself.
I'm Seb Pereira, just graduated, and triple jumper and long jumper.
Congratulations on graduating. How did the triple jump go today?
It went well. I got first place, so nice way to close out the athletics career.
Amazing. Close out the athletics career. Is that meaning you're not going to compete after this?
We'll see how corporate America treats me. I might be gain a little weight in the next year, but maybe I'll join a Sunday league, football league or something.
From one competition into another.
Yeah.
Seb Pereira competing in the triple jump, and was that the long jump?
Long jump.
That is incredible, sir. How would you say Harvard and Yale's chances are looking today?
I would say I got to back my team. we tend to perform when it matters most. So I'm not sure the exact score right now, but I know our guys will put it all out there, especially in the last meet of the year.
Any notable performances today besides your own?
I would say in the long jump, Isaiah from Yale went 4 centimeters from his PB, and he hadn't really trained for the last 5 or 6 weeks, so that was pretty notable.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Thank you so much for your time today, and all the best in the world of finance.
Thank you so much.
I'm assuming it's finance.
You assumed right. Well done.
Harvard student goes into finance. What are the odds? Congratulations. Thanks, Seb.
Thanks.
All the best.
Thanks, bro.
See you later.
For joining us. Okay, back to the men's shot put. Something, oh yeah, that's first rubber throw. That's a hefty looking throw.
Yeah.
Hefty looking throw from a hefty looking gentleman. These men sure know how to put the shot.
So we return to the shot put, and it is
Alexander Kolesnikov.
Yes, he is wearing his cap and he is ready to spin. Wow, what a massive throw from Kolesnikov. Will he take the victory here today? We shall see.
It is quite a special treat to be able to witness such world-class athletes performing right before our eyes. We are witnessing some of the best in the world, from the Louise Shanahans to the Stephanie Ratcliffes to the Seb Pereiras, who we just had here in our studio. Very excited today.
Very exciting indeed. So, not quite a throw there from the man in the hat. Looking like just grounding some technique. There we go. Another mighty throw. I'm not sure if it's, is it yet counting? There seem to be some warm-up throws still occurring.
If I had the specific tragedy of having to warm up throw next to these men, I would be shaking in my boots. Truly Goliaths in their disciplines, in more ways than one.
So we are just 5 minutes away now from the men's 800 meters, as the men's 800 meter athletes take to the track. The tall, distinctive figure of Angus Harrington looming above the rest of the field.
Henry, isn't Angus your roommate?
Angus does occupy the room next to me in our house. Yes, he's been taking this year much more seriously than others, as he attempted to go for the selection to the European Under-23 Champs, which he narrowly missed out on with a 4th place finish at the Champs, despite having the standard running a personal best of 146.9.
Oh, wow. So hopefully there will be no bias in your commentating.
No bias, although I always like to see him do well. Hopefully we can change the screen to that 800 very shortly, as the athletes line up. One of these. Oh, that is. No, I'll try a different one. I think one of those. Ooh. Okay, we shall do some radio style commentary. Okay, here we go. The men's 800 meters on the line. And they're off. Okay. So that is
Drake Prince and Angus Harrington looking very strong. Shaw is also looking ridiculously strong going into this.
So currently Calvin Katz is just leading the field there, with Drake and Harrington tactically tucked in 2nd and 3rd. And that's Tom Barrett of Oxford and Cambridge just behind on the train. So let's see what they do over this first lap. And, you know, at 300 meters to go, that's when the race really begins. So that's Katz still leading. Prince in second, followed by Harrington. And that is not Barrett, sorry. That is Andrew Shaw.
Splitting a 57 for the first lap. 1 lap to go. We can expect the usual kick at about the 300-meter mark. This is where the race truly begins.
So that's Katz still in the lead, and Prince just overtaking his teammate Katz as Angus Harrington comes up on his shoulder to come into second place. It's all to play for. The pack is still together. Katz perhaps just fading a little there as he gets to the back of the train.
Harrington looking poised for a strong final sprint, but will it be enough to catch the lead?
All these athletes can close fast, so we'll have to see what Harrington can do. As Angus comes around.
Angus digging deep into his bag.
Angus
his chips at the bottom, coming in with the lead,
Angus
breaking away.
So it's a nice, comfortable win in 53.01. So that's great time from Harrington as he takes the win in that event.
Yeah, he really pulled that victory back in that final 150. Quite impressive. Here we go, we see him catching up on the outside, using his length and his stride to make the difference.
That is the stride of a Cambridge graduate as of a few hours ago.
Yes, I heard say his diploma was waiting for him at the finish line, and he was eager to get it.
Indeed.
Opening up a 15-meter lead. Really impressive from the young athlete.
So we return to the men's shot put, where Chris Ward of Harvard and Yale takes to the circle of throw. Yeah.
Was it on the right camera? Did someone change it?
I changed it.
Thank you. No worries.
And now we're back to the shot put, where I believe lots of practice throws are still being carried out. We see Alex Kolesnikov from Australia gearing up for what may be his first official throw.
It looks like the cap has come off.
That means business.
Ooh, that is a large throw indeed. Is it being measured? Is this a warm-up or is this the real deal? It's probably started. Indeed. In 15 minutes or so, the next track event will be the men's 5,000 meters, where the field is strong and deep. So we see some raking action over in the sandpit.
Yes.
Having just enjoyed the reasons, I can give you the official results. It was actually a wing time of 153.97 for Angus Harrington. Second place, 154.44 for Great Prince. Third place, 154.99 for Andrew Shaw, suggesting he's in much better shape than his race 53.90 would suggest. And in fourth place, Calvin Katzel of Harvard Yale University.
And over to the women's javelin, well underway, we have Johanna Schonecker.
Yes, there now, and that's a white flag for Schonecker.
Will be very interesting to see who comes ahead in this event, with Leonie Brunning and Johanna Schonecker competing for the Achilles, and Marianne Mias and Chloe Fair competing for Harvard and Yale.
It's another white flag raised.
We now have the men's 5,000 metres starting in approximately 15 minutes. In the back, we're going in the field, continuing. And we also have the women's triple jump, the women's triple, and the men's shot put all underway. And I can also give you some scores, some further scores. The women's match, pretty close, but in a fairly commanding position, 8 of them to 5. The next score. The men's side, much closer. And I believe it's 14 events scored. We currently are sat at 7 events apiece. So 5 events to go. The shot put, 5,000 meters, both relays and pole vaults. It's 3-2. You win 3 events and 1 match on the men's side. So bear that in mind wherever you are. 3 events and 1 match. Looking at the 5,000 meters, looks like we have 7 athletes on the start list. For Harvard and Yale, we have Graham Banks and Ben Rosa. Graham Banks of Harvard and Ben Rosa is Harvard's compatriot. Rosa, with a season's best of 14:10.74, which is the reverse fixture. Banks, of course, won the reverse fixture in 14:07.57. Was running time at 13:24.91 this year, along with finishing a fantastic second place in the NCAAs. That will appear to make him a strong favourite, although from the Oxford Cambridge side, we've got Jonathan Phillips, 13:56, 5,000 metres, a week and a half ago in Vienna. Jack Miller, who won the Penn match in Ithaca earlier this year.
And at the women's javelin, we have Leonie Brunning with an excellent throw that's just made it, just within the line. It's looking like she got some good distance, but maybe it was a bit too far to the left than she'd like. Waiting confirmation to see what that distance is. She will be followed closely by Johanna Schonecker, who's also looking to make her mark, so to speak.
Very hot day in Cambridge 4 years ago, where we got completely dominated the race. He races today alongside Joe Warren and Joe Massimo. Massimo, the winner of the varsity match this year, and the winner of the last 4 varsity matches in the league. So a strong match race. It should be a very good race, though my understanding, I think it's reasonable to say that Banks starts as a strong favourite.
And Johanna Schonecker with the throw, making really good distance. An extremely good throw, leading the pack. Very good height, very good technique. It planted perfectly, didn't manage to stick, but it's a legal throw. Should be very happy with that one. Over at the shot put, we just had an incredible, notable throw from Alex Kaleshnikov, waiting on confirmation on what the distance is, but it looked well over the 20-meter mark. Johanna Schonecker at the javelin, looking ready to throw. Looking to better her previous mark. Oh, that's an excellent throw. Has she managed to stick it? Yes, she has.
Right, I'll leave you my PBs with you.
Oh, no worries, anyone. Thanks. I have just been rejoined in the studio by my partner for the day, Mr. Henry.
Mr. Henry, that is me.
Henry's not his last name, it's his first name. I don't know why I went so formal.
It's very
He makes me nervous.
Yes. Oh, cool. So, the results from the javelin thrower up. Connor Martin, Oxford and Cambridge, taking the lead with a 59.04. It's a double. It's for Cambridge. And the shot put, women's shot put, that's Harvard and Yale athletes both taking the first two positions. The current decisive lead from Sarah Victoria Bosson in the 200 hurdles. 200 meters flat, sorry. It's 25.13 for Victoria Bosson, as we saw earlier, her decisive win. Some of the results. Men's 200, we saw Kaisi Opara win in a very strong 21.23, which looks to be a new match record, bettering the 21.4 of W.A. Motley of Cambridge at the Harvard hosted event in 1965. Shanahan got the win in the 800 meters, followed closely by Carmel Fitzgibbon of Harvard and Yale. We now look towards the women's triple jump. The match record standing at 12.72 meters from D. Girofrey of Harvard in New Haven, 2001, before my birth.
Really?
Yes.
You were born in 2002? I'm guessing.
2001.
2001?
Later on in the year.
Oh, wow. I feel ancient. I was born in 1999.
Oh, wow, yeah, very old
The end of the millennia.
here.
As
Yeah.
you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, viewers from home, that ancient, aged wisdom seeps through in my commentary.
Really coming through the
And over at the triple jump,
sagacity. Yeah.
can we, over at the triple jump, we can see the Harvard and Yale athlete looking to make her mark. Oh, name. We have Subia with a very, very long run-up. Can she convert all that length into distance? I'm just realizing those two are the same thing.
This is the triple jump, so there'll be a hop, skip and a jump before she lands in the sand, unlike the long jump, which is just a singular jump of as much length as possible. So what length will Sabia bring to this triple jump? We shall find out very, very shortly. And in 4 minutes, the men's 5,000 meters should be underway. So, back to the men's shot put. It's a strong throw from the Oxford and Cambridge athlete in the 113 bib. So, here we are, watching the women's triple jump. Subir is about to go as the whistle blows for the men's 5,000 meters.
I'm just watching Subia's attempt. Picking up lots of really good speed, maintaining high posture.
She Lands well in the sand. Will it be a white flag? Yes, it will be.
Legal jump. And now over to the start.
The men's 5,000 meters, which is off. So in this race is Graham Blanks of Harvard. You know, he's run a very fast time, and he currently holds a match record of 14:07, and that's from the Harvard hosted match earlier this year. So lots of matches going on this year due to delays over COVID. So at the front of the race is Jonathan Escalante Phillips, ex-Cambridge, running for the Achilles Club, followed by Joseph Massingham, Jack Miller, and then Graham Blanks, Ben Rosa, and then Joe Morrow of Oxford. Jonathan Escalante Phillips, known as Jep to his competitors, is fresh off a 13:56 in Vienna just a couple of weeks ago. So that's a very strong time. Graham Blanks, however, has, I think, a kind of low 13-minute 5K time, which will be extremely difficult to beat, depending on the kind of shape he's in right now. In third place is Jack Miller, ex-Oxford student, fresh off a 14:16 PB in Manchester, I believe, just a few weeks ago.
I am amazed by Henry's ability to remember all these PBs.
Yes, it is. You look at stats enough of people in your fellow competitive distance runners, and you remember all their times. They just stick. Joseph Massingham just taking the lead now, doing some of the work. He's wearing the guest vest, so it doesn't count for scoring. Joseph Massingham, he's run about 14:22, I believe. And then on the back of the train, interestingly, is Oliver Fox in the guest vest, an ex-Cambridge student, now working as a doctor. He recently resumed running after a few-year hiatus, having come about top 60 at the World Cross Country Championships, and has a 14:00 PB. So very strong runner as well. But he was doing a session with me last night of 16 by 400 meters. So will that fatigue his legs? Almost certainly so. But let's see what he can do over this race.
Interesting choice to do some 400-meter splits before a big race.
Very interesting indeed, though he looked to be taking them rather gently compared to his quality. So Joseph Massingham still in the lead as we come up to 10 laps to go. So a lot left in this race still. So that's Jack Miller of the Achilles Club, one of the scorers, now taking the lead. Perhaps looking to better his performance of second place in about 14:33, the Penn Cornell match last week, where Dylan Throop of Pennsylvania University took the win in very close to the match record, but a 14:08 time. So Jack Miller on the front, followed by Joseph Massingham, followed by Jep, followed by Graham Blanks, followed by Ben Rosa, and then we see Ollie Fox and Joe Morrow both guesting at the back. The pace is significantly stronger than the relative to the women's. They had a very tactical race, whereas this pace seems to be honest. Everyone's there trying to push the pace a little bit. So we'll see what they split through 2K, which will be not for a while, but we'll see what they do. So Jack Miller still at the front, Joseph Massingham, John Escalante Phillips, Graham Blanks, and the rest of the crew. So Jordan, who's your money on so far?
Well, whenever you have the record holder running, I tend to put my money on them.
That would be a very wise bet. I'd agree.
Graham will not be drawing any blanks today, I'm sure.
I'm sure he will not be. Graham Blanks has had a very strong year over in the US collegiate system, the NCAAs. He had a top 10 finish at the NCAA Cross Country Championships, which was kind of a rare occurrence for Harvard athletes these days. So part of a very strong Harvard team.
Yeah.
And Jack Miller, John Escalante Phillips, and Joseph Massingham still just taking those top 3 places in the early stages of this race.
Eight laps left. What do you think is going through the mind of these athletes as they run this?
So I think they're all just trying to keep on the pace, and with 8 laps to go, it's a lot of laps, so I think you don't want to really think about what you're doing too much. Just kind of look at the back of the vest in front of you and just wait until the critical moves are made before you do anything fancy. Don't expend too much energy too early on.
Very strategic.
So let's see what they run as they pass through the 2 kilometer mark. So that's looking about just over 5:50. So it's a reasonable pace. That's kind of in the 14:30s, but they could always pick it up. As they're coming up to 7 laps to go. I'd say once they hit 5 laps to go, so that's a 3K mark, that's when they'll really start to make some moves. The pack's still together. I'd say at the back, Joe Morrow, probably the weakest of the field. He just looks like he's working quite hard there, but he's having a strong season. He's PB'd, but it's still quite a way off the other athletes. So that's Jack Miller at the front, followed by Jonathan Escalante Phillips in the red shorts. Interesting colour choice from the Achilles athlete.
Indeed. He's making a fashion statement. The statement seems to be orange.
Yeah, an orangey red kind of colour going on there. Perhaps ostentatious distraction to Graham Blanks, who views the rear of the Achilles athlete.
Yes, trying to lull him into a false sense of security.
Indeed.
A new and interesting strategy to the 5,000 meters.
So Jack Miller is still on the front. He's just signalling, it looks like, to Jep to take the lead. They're having a little bit of discussion. Very unconventional for this race. But maybe, they're a bit bored. They want a mid-race chat. And it's 6 laps to go. 1 lap until they're through the 3K mark. That will be a real teller of, what they're going to do. So that's Joseph Massingham just falling off the back, which is a great shame. So he's shown some great form this season so far. So he seems to just be sort of jogging around now.
Indeed. No, they did seem to have quite a bit of a chat between the two of them coming down the final stretch for the last 50 meters. What did you think they were speaking about?
I think they may have said, should we push on the pace? Perhaps they're both going for a certain time. Or,
I see.
Or maybe they're trying to decide who should do the work, as Jack Miller, now in second, was previously doing a lot of the work.
Well, they surely were discussing that.
So, Joseph Massingham, the guest athlete, has just fallen off the pack there, but all other athletes remain. Perhaps Joe Morrow is working quite hard at the back. Astonishingly, Ollie Fox in the white vest of the front pack. He's still there after his rather voluminous session at this track last night. But perhaps good preparation. So Jep coming through the 3K in a hot 8:49. So that's it. That's a good pace. It's a solid pace. It's honest. It's not super tactical. So they'll be well under 15 minutes. Let's see what they can do for these final 2 kilometers of the race.
5 laps to go.
He does like, Jonathan Escalante Phillips. He knows how to make himself hurt. He's happy to front run, and it looks as though, I don't think that's Blanks. I think that is Ben Rosa who is trying to go with him as Blanks moves up the field, and Jack Miller tries to match the moves of the Harvard and Yale athletes. Oliver Fox of Achilles, the guest white vest, is still there.
What's your estimation, Henry? Do you think they will go for the record today?
I think, just based on what they passed through the 3K, they'd have to close pretty hard
to
get there. But I don't know. These guys always amaze me with what they can do.
Indeed.
Over the final few laps of the race. So it's 1 mile to go. Okay, so that's... I mean, yeah, if they can close in a kind of low 4-minute mile, 4:10 kind of mile,
I see.
Going for the record, but that would be quite a task. That's a very fast time to close in, a 4:10 mile. But these are, you know, very high caliber athletes, so you can see what they can do. So that's Jack Miller, Graham Blanks, John Escalante Phillips.
By my count, there have been about 7 lead changes throughout the course of this race. It is looking very interesting. Everything to play for as the Harvard athletes start to creep up on that pole position.
Indeed. And so it just looks like Jack Miller is doing some of the work there. I think the Achilles athletes have done a lot more work than the Harvard and Yale athletes throughout this race. So it will be interesting if they have any kick left by the time they've finished.
I'm just wondering where Jep places himself now, if he's exactly where he wants to be or if he regrets going out so fast so early.
Perhaps, you know, he went out. By going out, he may have, you know, set a pace that he's comfortable to close in. So it could have been a good tactical move. And he's had that discussion with Jack Miller, who's still on the front.
Indeed.
So perhaps their tactics are now beginning to play out. They seem to have created a Harvard and Yale sandwich, but not anymore. The bottom slice of the sandwich is moving to the top, leaving the filling to spill out the back, or not.
Looking more like a Harvard and Yale lasagna.
Indeed.
Or a double layer cake.
A double layer cake with the white vest of Oliver Fox being the mayonnaise at the back of the sandwich, which is now stringing out, becoming a sub.
Remind me to never eat one of your sandwiches.
Yes, I wouldn't advise eating one of my sandwiches. So they come up to 2 laps to go. Okay, there's 800 meters left. How fast can they close? So it will definitely be outside of 14 minutes. So, 12:15. What can they close in? I reckon they can close pretty hard. They could make it, you know, under 14:30. So Joe Morrow's through, 2 laps to go, looking still strong. Joseph Massiam just sort of chopping at the back of the pack off camera. And Jack Miller is still in the lead. As Jack Miller, Blanks, Escalante Phillips, Rosa and Fox all still there. They're all there.
Everything to play for in this final 1.5 laps.
It will just be, you know, it's never usually this clustered, this late stage of a 5K. But who will have the biggest kick? So 600 meters to go, 12:56 on the clock. What have they got?
Yes, at this stage, it is looking like that record is far out of reach.
So everybody is just creeping around now, just who's going to make the move? So that's Graham Blanks appears to be going. So the series record holder, and he's being only person going with him is Jep. So that's Escalante Phillips going with Blanks. Surely Blanks has this.
And what was once a tight cluster has become split and separated.
So Blanks really starting to turn over his legs now, but Escalante Phillips is still there with Blanks as they come down the back straight. Who has more to give?
Hot on Blanks' heels is Escalante Phillips. Blistering pace. You can see both of them kicking into a higher gear. Perhaps it was a good choice to wear the orange socks today, as Escalante Phillips is blistering away.
It's a decisive move from Escalante Phillips. The red shorts hot on fire. Does Blanks have anything to respond with? It doesn't look like it. So here comes Jep. Don't celebrate too early, Jep, by moving your arms like that. But
Blanks is catching him up, but it looks like that will be too much for him.
So it's an amazing close from Escalante Phillips to finish in 14:22 to secure the victory. It was in Cambridge. Oliver Fox beating both the remaining Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge scorers. So an impressive run from him. Now we see Joe Morrow coming in a respectable time. 14:40, perhaps a PB for him. I'm not sure if he's run faster or not.
And one racer remaining.
Joseph Massingham. Not his day today. A long way off the pace, but we applaud his effort as he strides relaxedly down the home straight.
Possibly not the time or pace he was looking for, but hats off to him for finishing the race.
So there he is, all something a bit painful there, so perhaps not his optimum day. But finished in a very respectable time. All athletes now across the finish, with only a few track events left in the day, in form of the relays and the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase.
Yes, the 4x400 and the 4x400 races will be ones to watch. Always exciting to see a relay at the end of the day. Gets everyone out of their seats. And with the current points, it's looking like everything will be there to fight for right at the end. At the last check, the men's events were tied, and the women's events were narrowly close with, I think, Harvard and Yale slightly ahead. So it'll come down to the wire.
So I've heard the men's 4x400 team on the Achilles side are going for the match record.
Oh, wow.
As they have a very strong squad, in Maranga, Harrington, and the other athletes in this. So the 4x4 record currently stands at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. That's from Harvard and Yale in 2015. So will the Achilles side be able to better that later on? So that will be the final event of the day in just under an hour's time.
Everything to play for right at the end. Will Harvard and Yale be our Achilles heel?
Or will we fail to get the victory? Only time will tell.
Yes, it is very Harvard to answer that question right now.
Indeed, indeed.
If you've ever wondered how people can beat a pun to death, you will find the answer by the end of today.
So, the women's triple jump. Somebody just did some bouncing and landed to receive. Looks like a warm-up jump kind of going on as the sandpit is raked for the upteenth time today in the man or woman in the white cap.
Looks like Seb, that's actually Seb Pereira, who was with us
yes,
in the booth a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Now paying it back and paying it forward, hopefully leaving some of his magic on the triple jump pit.
Just really showing the great teamwork that goes on here. Yeah.
No sand tampering going on, I'm sure.
No. So another practice jump going on there. The sand perhaps looking a little bit clumpy.
Yes.
From the earlier rain in the day, but it is now a very nice still late afternoon as we approach the final few events. So in 10 minutes we are due to see the women's 4x100 meters, followed closely by the men's 4x100, after which we'll have a break and see the women's 2K chase as the last individual track race of the day before the 400 relays kick off just after 4 o'clock. The men's 4x400 relay at 4:15 being the final and decisive event of the day.
Down here somewhere, is he? He might be sort of around the back.
And the results for the jumping.
I think so.
800.
Oh yeah, we could do
Wait and see.
Sure.
Alright. No worries. And we have some results from the 800 meters. Angus Harrington with a convincing victory in 1:53.17, followed by Drake Prince, Andrew Shaw, Calvin Katz, and Tom Barrett. We have the 5,000 meters where Jonathan Escalante Phillips won, quite amazingly, kicking at the end ahead of Graham Blanks from Harvard and Yale. Oliver Fox, Ben Rosa, Jack Miller, Joe Morrow, and Joe Massingham finishing it up. 100 meters. Coming up. I feel like it's happening. Oh, cool, man. Oh, thanks. Yeah, just some updates. Harvard and Yale is winning the ladies' match with a score of 8, leading by 3 ahead of Oxford and Cambridge. And if we just get the men's score, so men's score is still pending. But we can see men's score is neck and neck, 7-7, Harvard and Yale versus Oxford and Cambridge. Everything to play for, coming right down to the last few events. We're all gearing up for the 4x1, where Harvard and Yale have a team of Fabiola Belibi, Jada Johnson, Josefina Bianaki, and Izzy Gordros.
So these are some of the athletes we've seen earlier on, and especially Bianaki and Jada Johnson look very strong earlier. And in the Oxford and Cambridge side, we have Jess Poon, Alex Birchall, Julia Johnson. She's rivaling Jada Johnson in the Harvard and Yale team.
Battle
and
of the Johnsons.
Akoku.
Yes, we've seen we have a battle of the Johnsons today.
So we have Jada Johnson on leg 2 and Julia Johnson on leg 3. So unfortunately, we will not have a Johnson-Johnson duel.
Johnson and Johnson. And in the men's 100 meters, which will be very interesting, we have 2 very, very strong sides, with the winner of the men's 100 and 200 anchoring the Oxford and Cambridge 4x1 in Casey Opara. That will be very interesting to watch.
Indeed. So yeah, very strong squad there. So we've got started off by Zuti, followed by Sam Clark and Jake Watson on leg 3. The Harvard team is headed off with Kit Colson, Jacob Cow, James Grindle, and then anchored by Lance Ward. So that will be getting underway 3:45 or so. See, female athletes now prepare for their event, which should be underway in about 3 minutes.
He'll be able to tell you. There's lots of things I can't do, man. No, man. Like, I'm just very lucky. I assure you, there's many things I can't do. I just keep them very far away from the public eye, so you'll never see them.
Mate, are you here for the summer?
Yeah, I'm here the whole summer.
Same here. I sent you a message on Facebook. Yeah. Go down to that rock bar again where I met you that time.
Yeah.
That was cool, man. I like to see that live music.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
And also, most of my mates here in Birmingham as well.
Okay. If you want to catch another rock thing or just want to grab a beer, let me know.
Mate,
Have I got you on Facebook?
I was going to add you actually because I saw you on the athletics thing.
Yeah.
I'll give you my details.
Yeah. What's easier for you? WhatsApp?
WhatsApp would be better, mate. Yeah, awesome.
Just
Cheers.
put your number in.
Awesome.
I think it's.
Cheers, John.
Sure.
340 is.
Yeah, send me a message.
We'll do. I'll send you a message. Cheers, John. And we now have the start of the women's 4x1.
The current match record stands with the Harvard-Yale team at 46.55. That was set in Oxford in June 2015. So not a super ancient record, but a strong and difficult record to beat indeed. Nice. So we see the women readying on the start line. It'll be a strange race. There's only two competitors at any time in this race. So I wonder what kind of tactics will be at play.
Yeah, it will be Fabiola Bellivi versus Jessica Poon on the opening leg. They will definitely set the pace for the rest of the race.
Indeed. It's maybe a question of how smooth their baton transitions are and how much time the team has spent practicing.
Indeed.
Especially as competitors from both universities. So they take to their blocks. Some last-minute adjustments being made.
Perhaps some technical difficulties. Starter malfunction, we hear. And now it's crucial for the athletes to not let that get to their nerves, recenter, and prepare for a race.
Hopefully they do not malfunction like the technology. So on their blocks for the second time.
And they're away. Jaspoon running strongly, fairly even start, looking like an even handoff.
So, it's a botch handover from the Achilles team, but a white flag has been raised, which will really cost them some seconds there. And so we go to the second handover, and a clean handover from Oxford and Cambridge this time.
Unfortunately, looks like the gap is far too big to be closed off in time. Stranger things have happened, but it is very much unlikely.
So Gudros now for Harvard and Yale, straight down the straight, and it's a strong finish for the Oxford and Cambridge team. Alex Birchall looks like, but not enough. That's 48.59 for the Harvard and Yale team.
Yes, it all comes down to not just speed, but coordination in the handoff.
Indeed. So we can just take a look at that dominant victory from the Harvard and Yale team after the Achilles slippery handover there. So hopefully we'll see some more dexterous baton handling skills on the men's side.
Indeed.
That time could be threatened. Both teams with good scores of sprinters, as we saw from the class earlier.
So, the men ready their blocks.
Chizuti is known for his electric starts. Hopefully he can carry that through for his team today. But Kip Colson is also not to be counted out, as he will be a strong starter for Harvard and Yale.
Graham Blanks of Harvard, second, 14.23.95. Oliver Box of Oxford and Cambridge, third, 14.34.14. Ben Rosa, fourth, 14.32.48. Jack Miller, fifth, 14.33.52. Joe Morrow, sixth, 14.40.52. Confirm that. In seventh place, Joe Massillon, 15.10.54. Joe Morrow, 14.22. The Newcastle fashion actually gives him his full rule. Congratulations to him there.
In the women's triple, a white flag is raised for the Oxford and Cambridge athletes as we await the start of the men's 4x100 meters.
Official time there, 14.52 for Harvard, yeah, 50.72 for Cambridge.
So So the whistle blows for the start of the men's 4x100 meters. Athletes prepare to take to the blocks. Final few jumps. It's warming up the legs for an explosive start. And they're on the blocks, waiting for the gun.
electrifying start. Neck and neck, it would seem. Looking for an even-handed changeover. Very clean from Cambridge. Cambridge seems to have the start here.
And Sam Clark is making some ground, the Harvard Yale athlete. So they're going in again, neck and neck. So it's another set of clean changeovers.
James Grindle and Jake Watson seem neck and neck.
We've got Opara on the last leg. Can he close any ground on the Harvard-Yale athlete? Not today. It is a win for Harvard-Yale. And 41.09 unofficially on the clock.
Would that do it?
Okay, so the match record for the 4x100 is another Yardy record, standing at 41.1. So that, by the 100th of a second, could have been a match record. So we'll wait for official confirmation of that. But if so, they would have broken the record, which stands from the match in White City, held by Oxford and Cambridge, from 1967. So a really ancient record, measured in yards. Wow.
Really, really expert running from Lance Ward to finish off that race and stave off Casey Opara's pursuit.
Indeed. And so next up on the track will be the women's 2K chase. Another interesting event. It's usually held, 3K chase, but today slightly easier on the athletes. We've got sole athlete from Oxford and Cambridge, Anna Sharp. And then from Harvard and Yale, we have Kristin Ottervik and Kyra Pretra from Harvard and Yale also. So it's just a matter of getting around this course in a relatively small field, albeit larger than the men's field for the 2K chase earlier in the day. So this will be the final non-relay track event of the day, this 2K chase with two athletes representing Harvard and Yale and one athlete, Anna Sharp, representing Oxford and Cambridge. After that, just after 4, will be the women's 4x400, followed by the men's 4x400. Two thrilling races.
Official results of the 4x1, and that was indeed a new match record, 41.01 for the Yale team, ahead of 41.27 for Cambridge.
So we just hear that there was indeed a new match record in the men's 4x100 from the Harvard and Yale team, 41.09. So some rapid times in the relays today. Will those times be matched in the 4x400 by either of the Achilles or Harvard Yale squads? So the barriers just being set up for the women's 2K chase. So we now go to the start line of the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase. The final track, individual event of the day. They're off to a relaxed start. The Harvard and Yale athletes blocking the wind for the Oxford and Cambridge athlete, formerly of Oxford, Anna Sharp. This will just be a point collection exercise. So they now approach the first barrier, much lower than the men's barrier, and they're all cleanly over. So they come round towards the water jump, most exciting feature of this steeplechase race. So they're all over the water jump cleanly. Sharp just having a slight hang in the water, perhaps less confident than some of the Americans who have more steeplechase racing experience. And so over the next barrier, cleanly over, pack still together. A respectable first lap, not too slow, not rapid either. Athletes make their way round with less than a mile to go now. So clean barrier clearance from the Harvard and Yale athletes. That's Kristin Otovic and Kyra Pretra running ahead of Anna Sharp from Oxford and Cambridge, the ex-Oxford athlete. So they've cleanly cleared the barrier so far as they approach the water jump for the second time. All over the water jump once again. Again, Sharp just slightly lagging behind with slightly inferior water jumping technique. So in the front, is Otovic, just ahead of Pretra, just starting to create a gap over Anna Sharp of Oxford and Cambridge. They come in with 3 laps to go, that's 3 more times, over the water jump, and a few more barriers thrown in there too. So cleanly over the barrier. So a lead starting to develop for Otovic as they approach the water barrier for the 3rd time. So another clean clearance, slight trip there, and then Anna Sharp just losing some more distance each time she goes over the jump. So you come into the home straight, and it's 2 laps to go. The race starting to really string out now. Still with Otovic in the lead, followed by Pretra, followed by Sharp. So 2 laps to go, 4:07 on the clock. What can they do for this final 800 meters? It's just some gaps starting to build up now. So it's Otovic from Pretra, from Sharp. Otovic very clean over the barriers here. So looking clean over that barrier, and now approaches the water jump for the penultimate time. what can she do over this last 600 meters? So, there's a water jump. Cleanly over once again. Perfect form from Otovec, the Harvard and Yale athlete. Now, one more barrier and then it's the bow. So 1 lap to go. Surely this will be a win for Otovec, who has pulled away from the other 2 competitors in the field. She comes through. And we hear the bell ring. It's 1 lap to go. 4 barriers to clear. And then the water jump as well. So Anna Sharp, the Oxford and Cambridge athlete, she is now through the bell lap. And the time is ticking. This is no longer a race, but just a matter of how fast can Kristin Otovec close this steeplechase. So, final barrier before the water jump. Otovec just looking behind her shoulder. She comes up to 200 meters to go, looking very relaxed. Petra also just relaxedly clearing the barrier, and Sharp closing maybe a little bit of ground on Petra as she clears that barrier before the water jump. So now into the home straight. That's Otovec of Harvard and Yale clearing the final barrier and now surging towards the finish line. And this will be a decisive victory for Otovec, the Harvard and Yale athlete, who's cheered on by her teammates. She crosses the line in 6 minutes 56.6. So a very respectable time. And now we see the other 2 athletes. That's Petra, and then Sharp doing a good job to close the gap, finishing up there. So just seeing a replay of that victory from Otovec there. And now, in 5 minutes, we move to the final women's event of the day. That's the 4x400. Depending on what the scores are, it could be a decisive race. That'll be shortly followed by the men's 4x4.
Women first, coming up, and then the men past the hour.
So we just see the athletes with 4x400 just discussing pre-race ordeals with the line judges as they prepare for their start in just a few minutes' time.
400 metres. Last and pace.
So we get to the final race of the women's match, the 4x400, and as we've just heard, Harvard and Yale coming into this having already got enough points to secure the match victory. This will still be an exciting race. So on the Oxford and Cambridge side, we have Ella Fryer handing over to Charlotte Buckley, handing over to Natalie Groves, and finally to Olympian Louise Shanahan on the anchor leg. In the Harvard and Yale team, we have Victoria Bossong, who we saw earlier with a decisive victory in her event, followed by Molly Harding, Peyton Parker, great name, and Marianne Mihas. So a very strong team from both clubs. So again, it's a two-team race. So sparse field and real time trial. Who has more? So we wait for the start as the athletes take their final strides before shooting out the blocks.
Victoria Besson, winner of 200 metres on leg 1 at Harvard and Yale. I believe we have Natalie Groves, Oxford and Cambridge. Second meters in three Groves and Besson, 52 seconds past this year.
So it looks as though in the Oxford and Cambridge squad, Louise Shanahan is being substituted out for what looks to be Millie Dickinson. So perhaps not quite as fast a closing leg we'll see from the Oxford and Cambridge squad, but should still be a very exciting and closely contested race.
He's had a very busy day in the
We are now at the scheduled start time of the 4x400, so the athletes nervously wait for the gun for this final women's event of the day. So the whistle is blown. And we get ready to begin the final showdown. That is the 4x400 meters. The athletes take to the blocks as the track quietens down. And they're off. So they're off to a brisk start, as would be expected in a 4x400. No tactical slow running here, as the Harvard and Yale athlete just starts to run slightly ahead of the Achilles athlete.
An excellent time recorded this year of 3:52, I believe.
So the Harvard and Yale athlete just pulling slightly away from the Oxford and Cambridge athlete there as they come into the home straight for the first time in this 4x400 meter relay. So that's Harvard and Yale. That looks like Toria Bossong just coming down and handing over to Molly Harding. And Ella Fryer of Oxford and Cambridge takes that baton for the second leg. It will be a very difficult task to close down that gap on Molly Harding. I believe hasn't raced yet today, so should be fresh. So Ella Fryer doing a good job to try and close down the gap, but the gap is remaining as it is. Molly Harding just hits 200 and comes round towards the home straight very soon. So that's Molly Harding coming down the home straight. Ella Fryer doing a good job of trying to close the gap to the Harvard and Yale athlete. So leg 3, we have Peyton Parker of Harvard and Yale just set off. And we have Millie Dickinson of Oxford and Cambridge with a very difficult task of closing down the gap on Peyton Parker. Both very strong runners on this leg. Okay, so now we have Molly Harding. A slight reversal of the order expected. So Millie chases down Molly in this difficult battle. So Molly streaks ahead of Millie, and this is the final leg for Chloe Fair. So Buckley takes the baton from Dickinson. The Harvard and Yale athletes looking to try and secure that 4x100 record from 2015 of 46.55. So let's see. No, that is a 4x400 is 3:48.89 from 2009 at Yale. So let's see what they can do there.
Oh, she's well on track to do it.
Yeah.
If she can maintain that pace.
The final 100 meters. Can she better 3:48.89?
Oh, she's well on track.
So 3, 4, 5. Oh, so
slightly short of it.
And it looks like she's just missed it by a second or so. Just less than a second has missed that match record. But a very strong time of 3:49.42. Charlotte Buckley, who's done a lot today, she comes in second place, as with all these relay events. So a strong consolidation of Harvard and Yale's points lead ahead of Oxford and Cambridge, as we now just minutes away from the final event of the match, the men's 4x400 meters, in which I think most squads will be looking to try and better the match record of 3:14.87 set by Harvard and Yale in June 2015. That was the match in Oxford. So we just see Buckley crossing the line again once more.
Before that, the result for you in the triple jump, Nicola Jackson was the winner with the best jump of 12.26. An excellent piece of jumping. Bharati Sumia, second, 11.34, just ahead of Madeline Smith of Oxford and Cambridge, 11.29. And that result gave Oxford and Cambridge the win, their seventh of the day. So now we move on to the last event of the day, the men's 4x400 meters. And
last event of the day,
the women's match was
men's 4x400 meters.
Harvard and Yale, 9. Oxford, Cambridge, 9.
This will be the decider for the men's match. Harvard Yale have 9 wins, and And Cambridge and Oxford also have 9 for the day. So the winner of this wins the men's match. You cannot write this.
It's very high stakes. 4 laps run by.
I bet my house on this race.
Wow, that is quite some bet to make.
Well, it's not a big house.
I'm sure. So what do you? So we. So we have what looks like Sam Clark taking the first leg, handing over to Ryan Cherian, handing over to 800-meter winner Angus Harrington, who hands over to Maranga Okoya. Strong 400-meter runner himself. Should be an excellent anchor leg in this decisive match
Sam
relay.
Clark ran really, really well.
That is Ryan Cherian, I think.
Well, it looks like Ryan Cherian will actually begin. Start for Oxford and Cambridge. Sam Clark ran really well in the 4x1. Hopefully he can carry that strength, that speed across to the 400.
And it looks like we have Aaron Shirley, Aaron Miller, Jacob Cow to grab the lead. Aaron Shirley of Harvard.
So on the Harvard side we have 2 errands taking the first and second legs. So they'll have quite some errand to complete in this match deciding relay.
Well said.
So we see Ryan Cherian, bib 107, striding about the start line.
Will his leg of the race be the cherry on top of Oxford and Cambridge's efforts?
Excellent. 27 we have, yeah, so. So the whistle blows, the track hushes before the start of this 4x400 meter relay.
Everything to play for, everything to fight for. The winner of this match is the winner of the day in the men's category.
And we see the remaining 3 athletes nervously waiting as the athletes take to the blocks and the crowd begins to show some support. Final glute kick for the Harvard and Yale athletes.
Never made my glutes click. And they're away.
And they're off.
Aaron Shirley upon the air 4. Aaron Shirley going very hard.
Aaron Shirley putting in a hell of a shift ahead of Cherian, looking very strong and very powerful over this 400.
So smoothly approaching the first 200 in what, 22 seconds. And Cherian is
very big lead for Aaron Shirley. Perhaps a strategic play to start off with Cherian and have Sam Clark make up the difference. Time will tell, as Harvard and Yale seem to be going very strongly for this record. He's split a very powerful 46.
And Sam Clark comes in. He has a big job to do, chasing down the Harvard and Yale athlete, the other Aaron. How much of this gap can Sam Clark close? Be a very difficult task. The Harvard-Yale athlete seeming to be maintaining a fair amount of his lead as Sam Clark attempts to close down this gap.
Very, very decisive lead. Sam Clark will be handing it off to Angus Harrington, who's an 800-meter runner by trade, but perhaps can downshift to the 400 to close the gap. Sam Clark, a 47 runner himself.
Sam Clark doing a good job to close some of the gap as he hands over now to Angus Harrington. It's a clean handover, and Angus is being let out, and he's got to close quite some gap.
Angus Harrington is running like a bat out of hell on the heels of the Harvard and Yale runner, but it would appear the gap may just be too big to close. But don't count the 800-meter runner out yet. He's lengthening his stride and powering through, and the gap is indeed closing.
And there's 200 meters left for Harrington before he hands over to the final runner in this relay, and the gap is indeed closing. But will there be enough time for the Oxford and Cambridge athletes to close up on Harvard and Yale?
Angus did a very good job of closing the gap. It's now about a 30-meter gap.
So here comes Moranga.
Moranga is away. We know how much power he has. He is hot on the heels. This would be a pursuit for the ages. Moranga is looking strong, but he may not have enough to close this gap.
The Harvard Yale athlete is also looking very strong. Moranga might just run out of track here if he wants to be able to take the Harvard and Yale athlete.
They're coming close on that record for the 4x4. 3:14 is the time to beat. They have, it's looking like he's going to do it.
Hey.
Does he have enough? Looks like he will do it. And a new record.
3:12.61. And perhaps the Oxford and Cambridge team just also under the previous record. I'm not quite sure. But very fast times from both relay teams.
Excellent effort from both teams.
Conclude the day and hand Harvard and Yale the match win.
Lots of hard work from Moranga to close that gap. His hard work should not be understated. He really did his best to close what was a 35-40 meter gap. Right at the end, he kicked as hard as he could, but it was not to be. For Harvard and Yale had other plans with their record-breaking finish.
Wow, so quite some finish there from the Harvard and Yale team, which concludes the events for the day.
Yes. Thank you so much for sitting with us throughout today.
Thanks for tuning in.
I am Jordan Mubako.
And I'm Henry Silverstein.
And we will be signing off.
Goodbye. Good evening.
Good evening.
Request for all officials and anyone who has had a walkie-talkie as part of the operations today, please bring them to the start-finish line. That's it, anyone who's had a walkie-talkie today, please bring them to the start-finish line. And on the subject of officials, we all know this match wouldn't happen without the timekeepers, without the starter, without the field officials, without the track referee, the field referee, all the people here who've helped make this possible. So can we all have a big round of applause for the officials today who made this match possible. Thank you very much, officials. 12:58. Oxford Cambridge second, also under the old league record, 3:14.84. Strong end to a good day, and a win for the Harvard Yale team. Can we please assemble for the presentation of the event winners? If you won the women's hammer, I suggest you come near the table because you're about to be presented with something, and the other events after then. Everyone, please, the events winner will be handed out in about 1 minute as a part of the first presentation, with the further trophies happening at the actual banquet. Also, if you come to the winner's table, you get to watch Mr. Tom Blodgett stretching, which is a fantastic pastime. If I can stretch like that when I'm in my 80s, I'll be very pleased. Let's get this underway. So to present the winners' medals, we have a unique concept in the Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge series. We have Tom Blodgett and Laura Blodgett, the only father-daughter double to have competed in the series. Tom competed for both Harvard and for Cambridge in 1959, 1961 and 1963, winning the pole vault in 59, winning 120 hurdles in 161, and winning some number of events. He and Paul disagree on the number. In 1963, either 2 or 3. Tom, how many events did he win in 1963? Three events in 1963. And his daughter Laura competed for Harvard in 1987, winning the long jump and taking third in the discus. So the only father-daughter pair to both win events in the Oxford-Cambridge Harvard-Yale match. So here we go in rough order. My laptop plays ball. The first event of the day that finished was the women's hammer throw, and the winner there, slightly unsurprisingly, considering she also won NCAAs, was Stephanie Ratcliffe, just outside her own match record in a distance of 66 meters 72. Next to complete was the men's long jump, which saw a win and a new personal best. The win with 7 meters 16, windy, and a personal best of 7 meters 05 to Isaiah Udofia. Oh, yeah, I'd love it. Next in the timetable, although it was actually delayed, was the men's pole vault. And Nicholas Smart was the winner, which wasn't that difficult because he was the only competitor, but he still won 3 meters 80. Next, we have the women's high jump, 2 competitors there, and coming out on top for Harvard and Yale was Abriana Barrett with a best of 1 meter 55. Next up, the women's long jump. This was a very good competition, quite tight at the top, but the winner, and in fact her 3 best jumps would have won it. The best was Mary Adeniji with 5 meters 87. First track race of the day next. This was again a 2-person event. The winner in a new personal best of 65.1, Charlotte Buckley of Oxford and Cambridge.
The men's hammer throw next. Sadly, shorn of NCAA champion Kenneth Achilles, who throws somewhere in Scandinavia soon. But the winner, in still a very good distance of 65 metres and 2 centimetres, Oxford and Cambridge, is Jack Paget. Or Dr. Jack Paget, as we should call him.
Thank you so much.
Next, the men's 400-metre hurdles. This was a very good race and saw a very strong performance coming through on the home straight from Oxford and Cambridge's Sam Clark, winning in a time of 53.04. The shortest distance next, the 100 metres on the women's side with a time of 12.09. The winner from Harvard and Yale, Egbe and Dipagbor. And on the men's side, one of the best races of the day. Photo finished at the end, one on the dip, and a very, very fast time in the context of this match and in general. The winner in a time of 10.54 for a new personal best, Casey Apara. That should be Dr. Casey Apara. There's a running theme here. Next, the men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. Again, a duel in the sun, one-on-one. And the winner from Yale, Winslow Aitkeson, with a time of 6:07.34. Have we got a Winslow? We don't have a Winslow. Someone will have to give his medal to him. Next up, women's discus. And here we actually saw the first match record of the day. She just finished 6th in the NCAAs, so a strong winner here in a new match record of 54 meters 32, Estelle Valeanu. Men's high jump next, a small competition, and the winner with a height of 1.75 meters, Dare Maun. Sorry, Dara. Hurdles next. On the women's side, the 100-meter hurdles. A win in a time of 14.22 was Josefina Bianacchi. Women's 5,000 meters, and with a fantastic last lap after her compatriot Charlotte Dannett had done most of the work, Phoebe Barker of Oxford and Cambridge victorious in a time of 16 minutes 56.33. Men's discus next, and a competition that, apologies for not really focusing too much on it, there was a lot going on, but the winner from Harvard and Yale with a distance of 52 meters 83, Matthew Apple. Over to the men's hurdles now. In the 110 hurdles, this was an excellent race. Halfway through, it looked pretty tight, but eventually the strength of the winner came through. Aaron Shirley, close to his personal best in a time of 14.44. Also quite close to the match record. Speaking of close to the match record, the women's 400 also saw someone get very close to an old match record of Meredith Rainey. Didn't quite get it in the end, but in her first recorded 400, I can see, Izzy Gudros was the winner in a fantastic 55.12. On the men's side, another entertaining race here. The result in doubt until the last 100, but eventually the 400-meter hurdler strength told, and the winner from Oxford and Cambridge, Maranga Makaya, in a time of 47.17. The men's triple jump was an event that rapidly shrunk from 5 competitors to 2, but eventually that duel was won by Sebastian Pereira in 14.21. Next up, we have the 1500 meters on the women's side. A really entertaining race from 2 of the highest quality athletes of the match. Eventually, the winner over NCAA champion Maya Ramsden was Neve Pritchard Hubbard in a time of 4:29.53. And over on the men's side, another entertaining race that came down to a last lap burn-up. The winner, narrowly over his Harvard Yale compatriot Joe Ewing, was Vivian Hentz in 4:01.36. Back to the field now. In the pole vault, we saw a 1-2 for Harvard and Yale, and the winner, with the height of 3 meters 90, Anastasia Retsa. Men's javelin next, and even though we didn't have the winner of April's match, Michael Allison, Connor Martin stepped in for Oxford and Cambridge and won with a fantastic 59 meters and 4 centimeters. Do we have Connor Martin? We don't have a Connor Martin. We'll have to get his medal to him at another time. Next up then, women's shot put. Slightly unsurprising winner here again. She's one of the best shot putters in Britain from Britain. Stop nicking our athletes, please, Harvard and Yale. Sarah Omaregi with a fantastic 16 meter 79. Back to the sprinting, the 200 meters. On the women's side, we saw her in the 4x400, but also she won the 200 meters. Victoria Bossong of Harvard and Yale in 25.13.
Men's javelin, Connor Martin was the guest. So the winner was actually Rowan Burford.
On the men's side now. And here we saw a second match record of the day, beating actually the match record set in the April match, which was incorrectly missed in the program. Kind of irrelevant now because Casey Apara beat it with 21.23. Over to the 800 meters now. On the women's side, again, one of the highest quality athletes at the match, Olympian Louise Shanahan, slightly unsurprisingly victorious in a time of 2:07.92. Women's triple jump. 10 years after she competed in the series in America, Montana Jackson, victorious with a distance of 12 meters 26. Dr. Montana Jackson. If anyone gets injured in this match, we've got enough doctors to man a hospital. Women's javelin, slightly uncontested field here. Johanna Schernick, a varsity record holder, victorious here with a distance of 41 meters 52. Over to the men's shot put. When you have the match record holder competing, they probably win. And though he wasn't able to beat his own match record, Alexander Kolesnikov was the clear winner with a distance of 19 meters 32. The men's 800 meters now, another entertaining race. Drake Prince of Harvard and Yale really took it to Angus Harrington, but eventually Angus Harrington, the Bucks champion, was victorious in a time of 1:53.17. Not long to go, don't worry for those getting bored. Men's 5,000 meters next, and from my perspective, and I think a lot of onlookers, this was one of the most entertaining races of the day, and probably the biggest upset. A fantastic kick in the end gave an upset win in a time of 14 minutes 22.75 to Jonathan Escalante Phillips. Going to do the last individual event now and then the relays. And the last individual event was the women's 2,000 meter steeplechase, and the winner with a time of 6:50.60 was Kristin Ottervik. Over to the relays now. On the women's side in the 4x100 meters, it was a fairly comprehensive victory for the Harvard and Yale team in a time of 48.52, if all four of you can come up. Harvard and Yale 4x100 meter team. Which appears to have lost an athlete. Does anyone fancies just getting a medal, pretend to be on the team? Or if the actual person come up, they're even better. Over to the men's side then, and this was a very tight and it turned out pivotal race, and actually it required a match record to win. So congratulations to the Harvard and Yale team who won a new match record of 41.01. That's the Harvard and Yale 4x100 meter team. And the final and best event of the day, the 4x400 meters on the women's side, really close to the match record, and winning in a time of 3:49.33 was the Harvard and Yale women's team. And the final event of the day, and the event on which the men's match hinged, it took both teams going under the match record, the old match record, but the winners in a fantastic time of 3 minutes 12.58 and winning the men's match 10-9 as a result was the Harvard and Yale team. And I actually have one quick correction to make. The non-scorer, Conor Martin, was the furthest distance in the javelin, but the winner of the javelin was actually Rowan Burford. Rowan Burford, if you're here, you are the javelin winner. Conor Martin was the furthest throw. So well done, Rowan Burford, winning in a distance of about 56 metres. And that's it for the individual medalists. We'll work out who needs to get their medal eventually. Thank you very much to Thomas and Laura Blodgett. And 6:30 p.m. Murray Edwards for the banquet. And one last thing, can we have one more round of applause for all the officials who've made today happen? And Winslow's here to get his steeplechase. He was too busy getting fresh. Yep. There we go, I'm done.
No, don't leave this.